Okay. How are we gonna do this? I'm destroying these maps before... Well... do some kind of flag. I mean, yeah, the maps are gonna be destroyed, so... The instance only needs... the instance only needs to remove itself from the map if it's destroyed for reasons other than the game ending or loading a save. So we could flag them in those scenarios. Oh, or instead of flagging them, we don't even need to flag them if we was to do like a with. Can you do that? I think we could probably do that. No, that way that doesn't make any sense. No, that's the opposite way. If it was the opposite way round, we could do that. So yeah, we would need to use a flag. We probably just want to check like a global flag. Well, we want to say like... probably want to put this with the new game and level transition flags, which I think are in the menu object. Just because it seems kind of similar. Oh my god. But the menu object is... we're probably going to want to delete this object when we're not using it. It's not a big deal. There's much more important things to do that will impact performance a lot more than just deleting this object. Ruined one of my favorite shirts. This shirt has a big stain on the front now from spilling olive oil on it, I think, which I did to my shirt yesterday as well. Even worse. That shirt's probably also ruined. Half of my clothes are disintegrating at this point. The other half are covered in stains now. And I hate to say it, but there's much higher priority things on the list than clothes that I need to purchase when I have money. Like a new keyboard and mouse. And a house. It's just gonna be me, naked, in a house with a keyboard and mouse. One day. Oh, can't type. Maybe the keyboard's in the wrong place. We have our new end game. We have new game, end game, flag, and whenever we end the game, which thankfully we have a script for, we can just set end game to true. Wait, do I run this script when I load a save? No, I don't think I do actually, so I can't just put it here. I also have to set that. This is in the menu. Might be better to actually define it in the controller just so that it automatically gets set back to false every time the controller is created. Otherwise, I've got like extra work to do. That's just an easy one. I always know the controller object is calling its create event. Skill. Yeah, I'll put it there, I guess. I don't know. And then we set it to true when we call the endgame script. We're also going to want to set it to true if you load a save. It's kind of weird because you're not, well, you're kind of ending the current game when you load a save, but not really. New game false. Isn't there like an extra, isn't there like a third place where the, no, is there? God, I hope not. Oh, it's on the main menu. Yeah, but that wouldn't matter. If you're loading from the main menu, none of those objects, I mean instances exist, so we don't need to worry about that. We got to put it here though. So end game is true if you load a save or call the end game script. And then we just got to go through all of these and yeah, those are all local lists, so those are no problem. Yeah, it's just weird because, wait, no, what is it? How is this supposed to work? I feel like I'm doing it backwards. End game. No. We should only do this if end game is false. Yeah. I feel like it's gonna work, but I'll like draw this variable to the UI or something and then just check everything. Drum Fountain is not one that we do, is it? But yeah, Brewer really opened my mind, opened my eyes yesterday to how much unnecessary stuff I'm really doing by running these trackers constantly. Why are we tracking things when we don't even need to? It doesn't make any sense. So that's a huge optimization that we can make just by not doing a bunch of stuff when we don't need to. That's the number one type of optimization. Rather than finding a more efficient way of doing stuff, you can just not do the stuff in the first place. It's amazing. Hey Taraka, how's it going? Yeah, we got. I'm deleting these maps before, and then trying to. No, I'm destroying the maps and then trying to delete from them when they no longer exist. But I think I found a way around it. What am I even looking at here? Okay, bush, that's one. I noticed Brewer doesn't even put the semicolon at the end of lines because you don't need to in GML. Makes sense. I mean, if you don't need to do it, it's one less character you've got to type. I always do it for some reason. I think I convinced myself it's good practice for when I switch to a real programming language. Not that GML isn't real. It's just a bit weird. Okay. I think that's everything. So let me put that on the UI so I know what's happening. Yeah, I found out why. Oh, I can't really explain it, but when I set the depth of this object to minus 16,000, you could no longer see the UI for some reason. Not sure how that works, but it was a pretty easy fix, at least. Here we go. Okay. Good lord. Oh my god, it just keeps going. Weird way to have to do this, but best I can come up with. I can just load my... Can I just load a save? I think so. Yeah. So end is x0. What? I forgot to delete the x from the string. Okay. And then if I save and load again, I mean, try it, I guess. Never actually had any problem with saving and loading. Yeah, that worked fine. It was only quitting that. But if I quit, it would crash previously. Now it doesn't. That's great. But if I was to start a new game now, or load again from the main menu, we just need to make sure that end game is 0 again. It needs to be reset to false, which it should be. I just want to confirm that. Okay, seems good. Okay, that works. That works. I'd rather not have to do that, but it works. Okay, so the game no longer crashes on quit, which is nice. I just need to take a quick bio break, and then we can delve into some more optimizations. AKA not doing stuff unless you actually need to. Brilliant. Brilliant form of optimization. I'll be right back. There's something about the order that we did everything in when loading a save made it work. But I'm not going to try and figure that out. It would probably be difficult to make the necessary adjustments to replicate that when quitting. So this works for now. Forever, probably. Yeah, so I mean, if we can free up enough time, then the pathfinding might not even be an issue anymore. There are some of these which we still need to be updating constantly, but only really under certain conditions. There are some where we could get away with just doing it once at a particular time, but in order to get the right sort of behavior, and well, really just for ease of implementation as well, because I'm not sure how I would do it if it wasn't instantaneous, we would have to do it instantaneously. And that might in and of itself cause a lag spike. So I'm not really sure if that's viable, but it makes the most sense. Probably the most egregious one is the carpenters constantly looking for the nearest tree. Now, one option is to only obviously look for the nearest tree if something requires lumber. Yeah, you can go a step further, actually. Originally, I was thinking, well, we only need to be keeping track of the trees if something requires building. But no, actually, it's if something, well, really all I can say is the thing that requires building requires lumber. That's about as good as I can go without building extra stuff, just based on like what already exists, which, you know, I'd much rather use what already exists. Yeah, you see stuff like, well, okay, maybe that one makes sense. Oh, these are already kind of like that in a way, yeah. So the hunters, they won't track the nearest prey unless they're actually in a hunting party, which makes sense. You don't need to do that unless you're actively hunting. So there's that. They're kind of already doing that. Shaman. Find nearest shaman. Do they even have something to switch targets? If the nearest shaman changes? Because if they don't, we're just doing that for no reason, although it's quite rare. Anyway. No, it's a very simple state. Oh no, wait, no, it is there. Okay, so they will... What's the point of that? They update that... Oh, because the target relocation script just takes over. That's really nice, isn't it? That probably works for waypoints as well. I feel like there's some instances where I'm like running the pathing stuff again, even though I could just let the target relocation script take care of that, really. If you switch targets, unless you switch targets to something that was in exactly the same place as your previous target, in which case it wouldn't matter, it's as if your target has moved to a different cell on the navigation grid, so the target relocation script will just recalculate pathing anyway. So there's no reason to run the pathing stuff again after switching targets, which I'm pretty sure I am doing in a few places. Yeah, this one's not. They are doing it's, yeah. You want them to always go to the nearest target, not the nearest shaman, not the shaman that happened to be nearest at the time that they decided to go to the nearest shaman. If the nearest shaman changes whilst they're on the way to the shaman, they should switch to the new nearest shaman. That's also, you know, similar to how we need to constantly update the nearest prey when hunting. But something like the trees, which is the worst one, generally, because there's so many trees. We only really need to find the nearest tree when you decide that you're going to chop one down. We don't need to be constantly... I mean, that's the thing, right? Pretty well, let's see. What am I doing now? Yeah, literally the only check is if you're a carpenter. So it's like, even if nothing needs building and they don't actually require any lumber, there would be a bit of additional logic. Perhaps we could even say that they don't need to track the nearest tree if there's lumber in the store as well, because they can just use the lumber from the store. They don't need to chop any more trees down. But that can be that we probably can't do that. Well, we would also have to factor in the number of carpenters. Can you do that? Is that even possible? It would be like, if there is, so it's like, I only need to track the nearest tree if I don't already have lumber in my inventory. Or if there's lumber in the store but nobody has been allocated to retrieve it. Yeah, that would be it, wouldn't it? And then otherwise, you've got to go chop down a tree. But I mean, the simplest thing, and the performance would still be largely the same at the beginning of the game until you get everything built, but we could essentially disable this once everything's built, or once no more lumber is required. That makes a lot of sense. But also, it makes even more sense to only update the nearest tree once at the time when you are deciding to chop down a tree. We're doing this constantly. But the thing is, you would want it to be instantaneous, which does mean you need to check like up to 600 trees in a single step versus one tree per step over 10 seconds or whatever. That seems like the most preferable option. Worth trying to see if it does cause lag spikes, I would say. So just disable that for now. Fortunately, I have everything I need, I'm pretty sure, although I haven't looked at this script since making these changes yesterday. Trackers update. I can basically just pull out the bit that I need. Yeah. Yeah, it's basically just this. It's a lot simpler when you're not doing all of the other fancy stuff that we're doing. I think we still want to do that. No, we don't need to do that here. Do we? We wouldn't need to do that here because when you pick them up and put them down again, it resets their state to idle. So they would re-enter the felling state, at which time they would calculate the nearest tree. So we basically want a new script, which would be like, let's see, it's like, I kind of just want to call it like tree update or something. It's not really consistent with the others, but it's going to be a really, really long name if it's like trackers tree update. Update tree tracker. Could just call it tree. Just the tree function. Why not? Yeah. Might as well just call the function tree. Open the other window. I'm supposed to work out today, but I don't really have enough food to justify it. And I don't want to have to ride to the next town over just to buy a burrito. Doesn't seem like a good use of time or money. It's just gonna be weird. I need to figure this out really, because I always have like 6 days worth of food, and then I have 1 day a week where I have like no food in the house. And it's annoying. Throwing off my whole rotation. Oh, and then I need to go to state conditions. So we would just, basically we would just run, I mean, we don't even need to run the script if you have something in memory, so to speak. So we can just put it in here right before we do the targeting. We just, whoops, just run, oh, tree. So it may cause a lag spike though as they check 600 trees instantaneously. That's the problem with it. But it will drastically increase performance like all of the rest of the time. We might need to try and find some sort of middle ground where we still use the smart incrementation, as I call it, the scanning distributed over time, but only kind of when we need to do that. But that makes it sort of weird. If they're like, oh, I need to chop down a tree. Let me just stand here for 10 seconds and figure out which one's closest. You know, it's like, puts a big delay on their action, which is going to be confusing to the player, obviously. But we can at least try this method. I'm hoping I've done everything correctly there. I think so. And yeah, I would certainly expect this to provide a fairly large performance increase, because that was one of the worst, for sure. Checking so many trees constantly. I mean, it's one tree per step still, so is it really that bad? I don't know, we'll see. But it's like, why do it when you don't even need to, you know? Even if we can bring that down to where they just stop doing it if nothing actually needs building, it would make a lot of sense. Yeah, my frame rate hasn't really improved drastically. Are they even gonna... Oh, I forgot to make one necessary change for this to actually work. This one, nearest tree, because that hasn't been updated, so of course it doesn't exist. What the hell is this? Oh, there's some brackets that I couldn't see. Right. So this part at the end is universal. These two at the beginning are universal. And then it's like build exists, requires lumber, and the nearest tree exists, or you have something in memory or something on the global felling list. So this, we need an extra set of brackets here, and or, and then object tree and object miracle tree, if either of those things exists, rather than nearest tree, because we don't actually figure out nearest tree until we get down to this point. Yeah, well, yeah. Can't say that I noticed a big performance increase there. But maybe if we kind of give them all the same treatment and we try to prevent them from updating these trackers when they don't need to, maybe the sort of combined total of sort of disabling multiple trackers will give a slight performance increase. I don't know. This one I figured would be the worst one though, and it doesn't seem to have made a massive difference. Well, I didn't notice a lag spike when they were, but I wasn't moving the camera. That's usually the thing, isn't it? Move the camera around. No, okay. So I don't really notice anything. At that moment where they decide to chop down a tree, they have to scan through all 600 of them to figure out which one's closest. Oh man, I swear, like, the game got harder to look at when we did the delta time compensation. Oh, there was a big lag spike. That might have been... It could have been unrelated, I'm not sure. Because we get those lag spikes from time to time anyway. Absolutely roasting today. I thought it was going to be cooler today. I'm also running the washing machine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those lag spikes are unrelated, to be honest with you. I don't really notice any lag when they're picking a tree to fell. So, I mean, that's better than constantly searching for the nearest tree for no reason. That's a big improvement already. We would only really need to find the nearest log when they're going to pick up some firewood, right? Although it's slightly different, actually. No, it is slightly different. Because it's one where they actually they kind of spawn a waypoint in a random direction, and then because it's like they're not clairvoyant, they don't magically know where the nearest piece of firewood is. They just kind of, you know, start randomly searching until they spot one. So, which they don't do with trees, weirdly. We could update it eventually, but I think generally speaking, we can justify it by saying the levels are small enough that you can basically always see the nearest tree from wherever you're standing, whereas something like firewood is going to be a bit harder to spot. So we could say that this one is one that needs constantly updating, but only if the fire is out and the store doesn't contain any firewood, something like that. Although it is used for gathering firewood during downtime as well, so we can't guarantee that they won't be gathering firewood. True. Yeah, they do have a downtime activity where they just gather firewood for the hell of it. And there's no limit to that currently, actually. Or no, there probably is. I probably put a limit on that. I don't know what it is, though. If I did. you know, once they've got so much firewood in the store, they'll stop. There's probably a limit. I forget. But then there's like, so the same shaman and the mushrooms. There's lowest health human. I've got to wonder why that's not grouped in with that one. What am I even looking at? This is the tracker's update script. Because the shaman also track the lowest health human for healing. Or do they? Where is that? I don't even know how my own game works half the time. I could have sworn that's what they did. Maybe I changed that at some point. Oh, here we go. Yeah. What? Oh, because it's like, it's grouped in with the stuff that performs all the checks on the humans. Hey Nemo, welcome back. You leave your project for a week and forget everything. I know, dude. I know. Story of my life. Oh man, it's all good. It's all good. So that's why that's the but what I was thinking for this one, rather than constantly checking, we could have, I used to have this as well and removed it at some point. We could basically have a list of injured humans, and if that list is empty, then we don't actually need to find the lowest health human because nobody needs healing. Whereas right now, we're constantly checking all of these, right? What are we doing? No, this is find nearest shaman. Okay. There it is. Okay, we got there in the end. Find lowest health human. Well, I mean, it does abort pretty early. It's still checking them all. We could prevent it from checking like 42 humans only to see that they all have 100 health by just saying, oh, is the injured humans list not empty? Then we know, right? Oh man, we could just scan through the humans on that list as opposed to all the humans as well, because we know those are the injured ones. Like, why are we scanning the non-injured ones? Good point. No, that's the thing, because that's what we're doing right now. We would only put the injured ones on the list, and then we would only need to scan the injured ones. But it does kind of break from the norm here of how everything else works. But it would technically be more efficient. I can't imagine how big of a performance increase we would get, really, but and I'm assuming, let's see, state heal. They probably have something in here as well. Excuse me, that is like, yeah, there it is. If the lowest health human changes, they'll switch targets to the new lowest health human as well. Which is why it's something that we can't just, like, check once when entering this state. It needs to be constantly updating so they can prioritize, you know, like, I don't know if you've ever played an MMO or any sort of RPG, right? You're prioritizing healing the lowest health targets. Oh, the urge to reformat all of my code whilst I'm here. Don't do it. Yeah, why is that last? I'm not sure. Cells range. Also, I'm running the pathing stuff here. I'm doing something. What am I doing? Cells range. I'm guessing the target relocation script does all that stuff, right? Yeah, totally. So this is one of those examples. It's weird because I'm running like half of the pathing stuff, but not all of it. It's a very weird one. But yeah, target relocation would end the path, reset path position to 0, run the cells, blah, 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 update this, and then run the actual pathing code. All built in to this beautiful automated thing that means that I don't need to do this, but I'm doing it anyway for some reason. All I need to do is switch their target, and then target relocation takes care of the rest. But the thing I'm wondering is why am I... Usually I would do this target update before the action. I would put this above this. So kind of like the first thing that they do is check whether they need to switch targets before actually healing. It's just a bit weird because I usually do it the other way around with most things. I'm doing it. I'm reformatting it. You can't stop me. What a relief. Okay. So that's one. It's just I'm like not sure that we would really gain a very significant performance increase from doing that. We wouldn't really. I mean, because we'd still... it would update faster is what it would do. The game wouldn't run any faster, but we would find the lowest health human more quickly because we know which ones are injured. So say there's 3 injured humans, we'd only look at those 3 instead of all of them, which would allow us to figure out the lowest health human a lot quicker than we do right now. That would be the advantage, rather than any sort of performance increase, because we'd still be looking at 1 human per step anyway, so it would be like exactly the same. No, that's not true. The performance increase would come from not checking any humans when none of them are injured. So I'm wrong. Yeah, no. That's where the performance increase would come from, basically disabling the tracker when it's not needed. And the way that you get them to not like target some old, like the old nearest, like the previous nearest thing, is that when we disable the tracker, we also clear that. So it's like, if DS list not empty injured humans, else lowest health human equals no one. That's a good example, because some of them are more convoluted than that. That's a simple one. And that would then prevent them from being like this. It would prevent them from thinking there's an injured human when there might not be. You know what I mean? If you see what I mean. The combat stuff is the more challenging one. Again, it can introduce a delay, which is problematic, unless we just want it to update instantly. But yeah, we don't want it to be constantly. Oh my god. My brain is melting. We don't want it to be constantly checking through all of the predators every single step. You'd almost want to transfer it onto a tick if you were going to do something like that, but that might still be problematic. That would be worse than this, but the challenge being, how do we decide when to enable and disable this particular tracker? Right? It's we could have some simple check, like a distance to instance nearest or something, you know, is within a certain range. Then you start updating the nearest predator tracker. Because if there's no predators anywhere close to you, then you don't even need to worry about it, really. And I guess as long as we introduced a buffer significant enough, like double the perception radius or something, then we would start updating that before they kind of got in range. And then by the time they got in range, most likely the trackers would have updated correctly. That's the kind of thing you would want to do. Whether you'd want to do that with, you probably would want to use a distance check to instance nearest, and then use the parent object predator to check for any predators. Although I do sometimes have issues using parent objects where it just doesn't work. It's weird. And I have to put each one in individually, each child. So that would probably be the best sort of option. We kind of have that now, in a way. Isn't that basically what we're doing? That would make a very small difference. I'm just realizing that, like, you could have a list of available trees that, and then you remove trees from that list when you pick them up, and then add them back to that list when you put them down again. Or remove them when they get set on fire and add them back when they get extinguished. And then you know that those are the trees that are available. Rather than checking all the trees to figure out which ones are available and which ones aren't, it's kind of like the injured humans list again. Only checking the humans that are actually injured. Yeah. Sort of makes sense. I don't know if that's what I want to do. So the foragers is definitely another obvious one where we can do the same thing as with the carpenters, where we only find the nearest bush when they begin Or no, 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 I don't think that's true. I think it might be another one. Let's see. Where they spawn a waypoint. Yeah, they do. Right. Yeah, that's why a lot of this stuff is constantly being updated. Because they're like moving around looking for the nearest bush, so the nearest one is constantly changing. And then once they can see the nearest one, that's when they react to it. Yeah, yeah. Be simpler. It would be better for performance if we didn't do that. And we just had them magically know where the nearest one is. But I thought it was unrealistic. Okay, the streams is a very good one because everybody is constantly keeping track of the nearest stream, even if they're not thirsty, for example, or if there's water in the store or something like that. So that's a very good one where we should only really update that at the moment that they decide they're going to drink from a stream. That is a very good one. Okay. The fountain. Oh, the fountain complicates things, does it? A little bit, maybe? I still haven't actually tested the fountain and whether it works with the changes that we made yesterday. I just kind of assumed that it would. I should probably test it. You think these loading times are bad? It would have taken like 15 minutes to load if we did the new pathfinding stuff. It might have actually improved performance in game, but it would have massively increased the loading times. How does everybody feel about this fountain? Oh, it crashes the game immediately. Interesting. Because I'm just trying to increment a global variable that no longer exists. Whoops. I should have made a save there before trying that. Yes, because we realized that I realized that I don't need to do that because there is only ever one fountain. You're limited to a maximum of one fountain, so we don't need to clean that. We don't need to do that when it's destroyed either. And we don't need to do this when it's created. And it makes checking it a lot easier. We don't need to loop through a bunch of fountains. We know there's only ever going to be one of them. So if it exists, we check it. Simple as that. We're hankering for a second cup of tea this morning. Jesus, it's one of those mornings. Oh, fuck. I forgot to start in test mode. It's an interesting game in terms of like where it sits relative to its peers or whatever you would say. It's I would put it like above 90% of indie games out there, but then it's so far from like any of the truly great indie games at the same time that it's really weird. It's really weird. What did they say? Comparison is the thief of joy or something? But also it's a strange play because there's a lot of confidence when you look at like the ocean of indie slop on Steam, and you're like, okay, well if that's the competition, I've got nothing to worry about. My game's better than most of that stuff already. But then you look at a really good indie game, RimWorld or Starday or some Dwarf Fortress, something like that, and you're like, oh right, okay, my game's actually shit. It's like, oh, so it's confusing. It's just a weird like middle ground that it occupies. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre feeling, and I don't know what like. It's never gonna be one of the greats. It's never gonna be on par with one of those great ColonySIMs. It's just not. It's not what it's destined to be. It is what it is. Fucking seagulls are back. I think they're gathering all of the moss off of the roof to build a nest or something. What's the trick? Yeah, I know. I mean, it's just like, I don't know. You got to like appreciate it for what it is rather than comparing it to things. It's okay. It's running okay. Still got some lag spikes and stuff. I'm going through, and you opened my eyes yesterday by when you said, you only do things when it's necessary to do them, which makes a lot of sense. So I'm seeing if I can disable a lot of this stuff when we don't actually need to be doing it. But then again, it doesn't make a huge difference because of the, like, I'm distributing the workload over time anyway, so we're only ever checking one instance per step, so disabling that stuff doesn't seem to make a huge difference. But maybe the combined total of switching off a lot of those trackers when they're not needed will help. Yeah. The combat stuff is the trickiest, where it's like borrow game concepts that work well in the competition and improve on them. Interesting. Yeah, that definitely that's something Fern was saying the other day, is that like the indie games that do well right now are all just clones. It's the era of the clones. It's the clone wars. But I've not done that at all. I've barely played any ColonySIMs. I don't know anything about them. Who's got time to play video games? I just made up like everything how I just wanted it to be out of my own imagination. Yes, it is inspired by like Black and White and Populous a little bit, but I basically just made the game that I wanted to make. It does fill a niche. I can see that in a way. it's a little bit different from, it's like it's a unique flavor of ColonySIM, this very sort of, it's very survival focused and automation heavy, in the sense that there's a lot less management than others. Because you're focused on being a god as opposed to like managing the colony or something. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's something, I suppose. We've got Twitch integration. Yeah. That was just like a fun little extra thing to throw in there. Wasn't even really thinking about it. I just thought, oh, that would be a fun way to play with your viewers, you know. Well, it seems to be working with the fountain there, so that's good. Easily a USP. Interesting. Well, it's nice to have it. Yeah, I think it's like it falls a little bit more on like the arcadey end of ColonySIM, if you could call it that. I was thinking about it this morning and I was like, oh, it's almost like a ColonySIM Lite or something, you know. It's like a very stripped down ColonySIM. It doesn't have insane like depth to it. But you know, in a way, I think like the simpler, more arcadey nature of it could be what sort of makes it fun to play in a different way from how some of those other very like deep management heavy ColonySIMs are fun in a different way. What am I doing again? Oh yeah. So we're just gonna disable this. Find nearest freshwater. So we're not constantly trying to find the nearest freshwater. And then we're just going to do it once at the time when you decide to drink from the stream or fountain. I forget exactly how that stuff is set up, but it'll be simple enough. We just got to make another like one of these scripts. We go here and pull the stuff out from here. God, it's so much simpler when you're not doing the like distributed scan over time. Disable that one, and I was trying to oh, there is a shortcut for it. I just never learned it. Alt-C. Okay, let me do that. Wait, so with controller. Okay, and then just at the time of drinking from a stream or fountain, which is in here. There's quite a few different ones. Drink. So state drink is just drink if you have the water in your inventory already, and then we've got technically, even though I've called these drink from stream, etc., it's more like retrieve water or something. So we've got a few. Drink from stream if stream is closer than the store. Well, that's definitely one where it's needed. So right before we select our target, we would just run sc water. to update the nearest stream. What? Oh, no, it's just called water. I'm used to everything having SC on the front because, like, I don't know. That's how I thought scripts worked. I didn't really know what functions were. Drink from the store if the store has water. An inventory does not contain water, but the store is closer than the nearest stream, so we don't need to worry about it there. Drink from stream if store is empty. Drink from stream if store is on fire. Okay. Drink from stream if store is not built. Sure. Seems a little bit redundant. I mean, if it's not built, it shouldn't have water in it, but fair enough. Store does not exist. These could all probably be, I'm not sure about all of them, but at least some of these could probably be consolidated down into one thing. The ones that all result in drinking from a stream probably don't need to be in several separate if statements. Oh, I've done that with a few things where I have consolidated it down a lot. And I think basically fountains are just classed as streams. They're just another freshwater source that are tracked by the nearest, by the same tracker that ultimately spits out the nearest stream. That could also be a fountain. So yeah, we just run that there instead of constantly running it here in the step event. So yeah. Yeah. Can't remember if I made a save. I'll definitely remember to make a save this time. Good lord. I feel like I'm chewing on acid tabs right now. I haven't dosed in a couple of weeks, but sometimes it just creeps back up on you. I don't know what's going on. Drink some water. What? Step 0. What? Malformed variable. What have I done? Line 1578. What even is this? Oh my god, right. That's a problem, isn't it? Yeah, we should probably rename these. Track tree. Something like that. We're going with the long name after all. Tracker water update. Rename this as well. Tracker. Oh yeah, there's literally doing global find and replace for one line. What is wrong with me? Okay. Right, we shouldn't have that issue anymore. This was a part of the problem with all the pathfinding stuff, is that we had a function called node, and then the AI generated code kept making variables called node. I had to keep updating them. Just adding an underscore to the front. I'll start in test mode. Less important for this particular test, but I will still start in test mode. Remember to quick save this time. So, none of them are going to update the nearest stream until the moment that they decide to drink from the nearest stream. They're all going to do that at once. Is that going to cause a big lag spike? We can watch their thirst meters going down. And we can see if that 42 humans scanning a lot of stream tiles all at the same time, is that going to be an issue? Stream instances. Only 1 in 4 stream instance is real. That was a thing I figured out I could do. We don't need them all to be real. Here we go, any second now. Oh yeah, I felt that. I felt that. There was just like a brief... Wait, did it even work though? No, that was unrelated lag. Because I'm almost certain I know what I've done. Yes, because we're checking if nearest stream exists, when what we should be checking is if object freshwater or object fountain exists. Well, it's concerning that there was so much lag, but it's completely unrelated to this. But yeah, I think it's fine, like, load the save. You know, just, finish the game, move on to the next one. Maybe the next... Probably my next game will be another ColonySIM. It'll be a sci-fi ColonySIM about terraforming Mars or other planets or something. And maybe it will be a lot more deep. Maybe it will have a lot more depth than this one. I don't know. I have a feeling it will be 3D and physics-based, though. We'll be moving into the third dimension. And anything where, like, gravity is a factor, then it's like, well, it's got to be physics-based, hasn't it? Okay, they're still not drinking. What is going on? Why did this just work for the trees, but it's not working for this? Oh, I put and instead of or. God damn it. Third time's the charm. Alright. So, at the moment that they all become thirsty, are we going to get a big lag spike? Oh, no, that... Oh! I have a feeling that was probably unrelated, because at the very moment they all started moving, I didn't really feel much of a drop in FPS. And it is working, except for these poor guys. No. What's up with these guys? There's probably some sort of interrupt. Oh my god, yeah. I've got to update how the interrupt scripts and other interrupts work, potentially. There's always more work to do than you think, isn't there? Thirst interrupt will probably be based on the existence of nearest stream still. Whereas we need to give it the same treatment. And all this does is kick them back to idle, so it'll be fine. But I should look through the states themselves just to be sure. Oh, those are the only ones. And nearest tree. Oh, okay, there are some references to nearest tree around here. What is this? Something in the felling state itself. With object human. Okay, well this one we actually want to keep that as nearest tree like that, yeah. That's if you fell a tree that is on somebody else's nearest tree tracker, you've got to clear it off of their tracker as well. That's it, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure we're really gaining much performance by doing any of this stuff, unfortunately. The big lag spikes are probably still coming from pathing. They're probably still coming from the fact that I'm encoding on my CPU, not my GPU. That's where they're really coming from. But if I could make it smooth whilst I'm doing that, that would be a good sign. I'm the one who's probably got to capture any game footage for the trailer and stuff, so if I'm lagging, that's not going to help very much. Yeah, it's just these big occasional lag spikes, and sometimes we do get like a good like few seconds Like, sometimes the FPS just drops to like 70 for 10 seconds or something. I don't even know what's going on when it does that. Probably lots of pathing. Okay, anyway, so we see the worshippers actually went to the stream as well this time. They may have been eaten by wolves on the way, but they did actually go. Okay, so that's a couple of a couple of like things, like a couple of the trackers that are now only being updated when they need to be versus constantly, which is pretty good. Available hut. Yeah, why do we constantly need to be updating the nearest available hut when you're only going to need to know that when you're going to bed or trying to like shelter from the rain or something, or cool down or warm up in a tent? So that would be another one. Disable that, and then what was it? Alt C. Alt C. I should probably have a separate folder just for trackers related scripts. I could just make all of these, I could just put them all in one script. I don't know why I'm making a different script for every single one. Again, it's just old habits die hard. It's how I used to think scripts worked. I could just have one script for all of these. I don't know what I would call it. SC tracker hut. Why do I need the word update on there at the end? I don't really. I suppose just to differentiate between whether I'm clearing the tracker or updating it. Tracker hut update. And we're going to just pull the stuff out from trackers update. Find nearest available hut. Comment that out. Put that outside of the brackets. There we go. Okay. Okay, and then whenever we want to enter a hut, we're gonna need to. I don't think they have a nearest crash tracker. That must mean that they just pick them in the order that they appear on the list. Yeah. I don't think I've ever gotten to the point where, I mean, I've needed a couple of crashes in like not even like a playthrough, but a play test before. But they have no way to differentiate which one's the nearest one. Oh no, I want to be in state conditions. Okay, so there's several different reasons that they could be entering a hut. The most obvious is sleeping, which is right here. Wait a minute, no. Where, oh my god. What am I looking at? Well, it would be fine in those scenarios. No, it's nothing to worry about. Sometimes they can already be in a hut because they're like sheltering from the rain, and then they decide they want to go to sleep, so they just like, they remain in the hut and just switch from sheltering to sleeping. I was a bit worried for a second that there might be extra work involved. So target. What the fuck? I'm not even using the nearest hut tracker. Why do I have a nearest hut tracker if I'm not even using the damn thing? That's funny. We're gonna use it now, I suppose. Oh, this is... Well, no, we've got the DS list empty check there, so that's okay. Because the hut could potentially exist, but not be built yet. Right, so we're going to be careful of that. Pretty sure it's called nearest hut. Oh, don't want to put that there. I want to put tracker hut update. Okay, so at the very moment that they decide to go to bed is when they will pick the hut. And there's something in the sleep state. I think it's fine, but we'll just take a look. Well, let's see. If their target is no longer present on the huts list, aka it's no longer available, they return to idle. That's it. That's fine. And then we've got like sheltering. Oh yeah, this one's always hard to find because I've got like a billion references to that state everywhere. There we go. So again, I'm not even using it. Why? Why have I been tracking the nearest available hut this whole time when I'm not even using it? This is insane. That's quite the oversight. Whoops, what did I just do? Oh, it just like jumped up there for some reason. Is it called nearest hut or nearest available hut? Nearest hut? Just nearest hut. I mean, I think it was intentional actually. Now I have some vague recollection that I was like, oh, it looks a bit weird when they go for the nearest one. I want them all to kind of pick a random one, so they sort of... is that what I want? Or do I want them to go for the nearest one? And if I wasn't using that, why didn't I disable the tracker? Oh well. I mean, I discovered yesterday that there's a random alarm in the menu object that was used for like blinking a thing on the old the old menu that doesn't even exist anymore, and that alarm is still going constantly in the background doing nothing. I mean, it makes sense they would go for the nearest one, right? They're tired or whatever, they're trying to get out of the rain, they should be going for the nearest one. We just don't want to constantly be updating the nearest hut when, you know, literally like 99.9% of the time that information is completely useless. Okay. And then, so we've got sleeping, sheltering, like cooling or shade, something shade. Shade. Yeah, they actually use the nearest hut for this one. Oh. And then there's warm inside? Is that what it's called? Yeah, warm inside. State warm is where they go to the campfire to get warm. Warm inside is where they go inside to get warm. They'll always prefer the campfire if it's available. I think that's all of them, right? Oh, there's also giving birth. They'll go inside of a tent to give birth if there is one available. Labor, or is it birth? Or no, I think it's birth. I think it's state birth is when they're traveling to the tent to give birth, and then when they're inside of the tent, then they're in state labor. And then state birth no hut is when they're in labor but not inside of a tent, because that's also, you don't really get to postpone childbirth because there isn't a tent available. It's kind of happening when it happens. So I'd put that one there. Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything then. Those are all of the reasons that they would be entering a tent. And so that's 42 humans who are no longer constantly scanning through tents to find the nearest available one. For no reason. Is the frame rate getting any better? I can't really tell. Maybe slightly. Maybe it's holding around the 140, 150 mark a little bit more consistently. How does it feel when I move the camera? Obviously they're not going to use any of those tents until they're built. Maybe I should make it so that they're all automatically pre-built in test mode, and then we can just get an idea of whether it's working or not. I wish I had like a little toggle set up for this so I didn't have to go through and like uncomment this code every time I want to do this, but I don't right now. The only thing I've got is that the tents will be placed in test mode. They'll be pre-placed. But if I want them to be built or not built, I have to go through all of them and do this every time. Okay. So, all the tents will be built. And, we just want to confirm that they use them correctly still. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think this stuff is going to make a huge difference to performance, but I've got to take whatever I can get at this point because, I mean, it's really hard to claw back any performance at this stage. So maybe if I just fast forward until it starts raining or until nighttime. Oh shit, what's going on? State conditions line 2421. Nearest stream. Ah. Right. Something to do with the streams. 2421. This one. Oh, right. This is a problem. That's definitely a problem. Fuck. No, because we need to know where the nearest stream is first in order to then be able to do the comparison to see which one's closest, whether the store is closer or not. Didn't think of that. Okay, so we... There's actually a bit of an issue with the water bearers. If something sets on fire and they need to go fetch water from the stream to extinguish it, we don't want there to be any delay there as they figure out where the nearest stream is. We need them to, like, respond pretty quickly. Oh, that sucks. Well, I think the best we can do is we can disable this tracker when they're not thirsty, unless they're a water bearer, in which case we keep the tracker running at all times. So we gotta roll that one back, unfortunately. It's a pain in the butt. Oh well. So I think thirst interrupt would need to stay as it is now, where we're checking fresh water and fountain exists, as opposed to nearest stream. But I think that fire interrupt, which is for the water bearers if extinguishing fires when they break out. Well, actually, that has nothing to do with the existence of water. That's kind of crazy. It's just not even in there. This one, how it should be, is that we should be checking for the existence of nearest stream. No, is that what it's called? Whatever it's called, nearest stream, I think is what it's called, right? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Well, not necessarily. I mean, the only problem, I can see a problem here where we have an infinite loop, essentially, or like, maybe it's not an infinite loop, but basically the fire interrupt script could interrupt them when they don't actually have any access to water to do anything about the fire. And they would just kind of be stuck. Any action they tried to perform would be interrupted, again, simply because something's on fire, even if they can't do anything about it, which doesn't make any sense. So we've really got to, I think this stuff should come after this one, really. We need some additional things here, like the existence of nearest stream, which could be a fountain or a stream, as we know, or instance exists object store and object store dot stage is greater than or equal to 2, which means the store is built, and object store dot water greater than 0. There's actually water in there. What does it? Is it supposed to be higher than that? Let's just check. I think they might use like 4 water at once or something. I forget. Why is my mouse not working? There we go. State extinguish, I think it's called. If they have 4 water in their own inventory, what about, state withdraw water fire? Yeah, there has to be at least 4 water in the store. Okay, so we'll change that. Fire interrupt. Greater than or equal to 4. So, right. There has to be some water available somewhere on the map for them to extinguish this fire with, otherwise there's no point interrupting them doing what they're currently doing. Okay. What am I doing again? I'm trying to optimize the game. Right. Okay. Okay. Well, we were trying to see if the tents work, and then we realized we actually have a different problem, which involves reinstating some stuff with the streams. Where is it? Nearest. Here it is. Nearest, down to there. Okay, we gotta bring this one back, but we can at least, rather than constantly checking this, we can do like, we can put the whole thing, let me just nudge that over inside of if thirst less than or equal to 0 or gift equals water bearer. That is when you need to start tracking the nearest stream. Else nearest stream equals no one and nearest stream temp equals no one, just to make sure that we clear that. Otherwise we might have an old value stuck on there and you become thirsty again, for example. And well, I don't think it's a problem actually, is it? Because we always run these trackers before. Yeah, but no, that's the problem, isn't it? It's that it's done over time, so it will take them a couple of seconds or whatever to scan through all of the streams, which would mean that they would enact their state or potentially run the state condition script, in which case they would realize, oh hey, I'm thirsty and the stream exists, but that may be the old nearest one. Or yeah, basically that would be the only real issue, that it's no longer, it's the one that they used to be close to, but it is no longer the nearest stream, but they would still go to that one, which could lead to some weird behavior, like traveling all the way across the map to get to the wrong stream, or to go to the wrong stream, something like that. Okay, so, well, at least we've slightly improved this to where only the water bearers will be constantly checking for the nearest stream, and everybody else will only be checking for the nearest stream when thirsty. And the fact that we clear that when they're not thirsty means that we'll be just fine. Not a very good explanation, but there's something, let me jump over here, there's something that I was thinking about, like, because we do this comparison, right, where we're comparing the distance to the store and the distance to the nearest stream, and if this instance doesn't exist, then we have a problem. I don't even know how that, oh no, I do know how it happened, because we were checking for the existence of fountain or object fountain or object freshwater as opposed to nearest stream, and those would have existed. Although I don't know exactly, but I think, you know, because those existed in the room, that would be true, but the tracker hadn't finished updating nearest stream yet, so this was still empty essentially. So by the time it got to this line, it was like, hey, this instance doesn't exist, and that's where it gave us the error. But now we don't have that problem, because this instance won't exist until the tracker has finished updating. Because we clear it. If the tracker ever gets disabled, we clear it. That's why it's important to do that, so that we don't do this before actually assigning an instance to this variable. So we're not going to do this unless this is true. Oh, this is for fires specifically, not for drinking, but the same principle applies. And these guys have a couple of different ones as well, like whether they should withdraw water from the stream or the store, depending on what's closest as well, it seems. They have something like that. And I think everything's correct now, yeah. Oh, we do have some fun with our ColonySIMs, don't we? We're going to gain about 3 FPS by the end of the day here. It's possible that, you know, if I was to build everything from the ground up again, we could significantly improve things. But I'm sort of having to work, there's so many like interdependent systems that, you know, as I realized, I changed one thing and then it breaks something else, and it's like, oh, it actually has to kind of be this way, and at least we found a sort of middle ground, which is better than nothing. So we just want to make sure that they can still use the tents and we don't get any errors. They'll obviously go sleep in the tents at night, or they'll try and shelter in the tents when it starts raining. Oh my god, the store's on fire and everybody's burning. How many water bearers do we have? 3? But the store is the thing that contains the frickin' water, so that being on fire is a big hindrance. They're going. I could intervene. I could try and help. Should I help them? Should I help? I am God, after all. Wait a minute, why is it not working? Oh, fuck. I'm God, but I'm also an incompetent programmer, and I can't extinguish this guy for some reason. Why is that? It worked on the shaman. Why is it just specifically I can't extinguish this carpenter? Did it work on the shaman, or was that one of the water bearers that did that? Can I extinguish the tent? Can I extinguish the tent? Why couldn't I extinguish that guy? Okay, that's another bug. That's quite important that we fix that. Oh, it's nighttime. Are they using the... Okay, they're using the tents. Right, that all seems good. Let's have a look. Yeah, all the tents are filled up. Oh, wow, yeah. They wouldn't have gotten that store extinguished in time. It was really low on health. Okay, so that works. That's good to know. I'm noticing that they're all very thirsty right now. Oh, Jesus Christ. This is insane. Two in a row. I tried to make it a pretty low chance of the campfire setting fire to your tents, but I think we just got pretty unlucky in this case. I mean, I want it to happen frequently enough that it's a thing that you have to deal with, right? But this is a bit ridiculous. I think I might need to intervene here. I don't think they're gonna make it back to this tent in time. Well, they might just make it. Is everyone else gonna drink and eat this morning? I guess they're thirsty because the store was on fire yesterday, so I'm gonna have to help them out there. So they weren't able to get any drinks out of it because it was burning. Speaking of which, hey Jiggly how's it going? Welcome back. I might have to just ride over to the next town and get a burrito because I don't know what else I'm going to eat today, and I'm freaking hungry. I don't like it. I don't like having to leave the house unnecessarily. But well, it is necessary, but I've gotten myself in this situation. I need to figure something out so I actually have food in the house on the 7th day. I know, right? That's not what you want. Okay, well the tents are working. That was a fun little fire. Yeah, I know. Spend longer than 5 minutes outside, you'll run into some absolute lunatic these days. We're in a bit of a state over here. Okay. Next up, what's next? How can we optimize this game further? It's a good question. I mean, there's the drums. We can obviously do the drums. They only really need to update the nearest drum at the moment that they decide to play the drums. That's how I work. Whenever I decide to play the drums, at that moment I run a check that determines that this particular drum kit in this room is the nearest one. You know, I'm not constantly calculating where the nearest drums are. That would be highly inefficient. Oh, I've got to grab something to drink. go. All right. Well, the drums, yeah, that'll help a bit. It's not top priority though. Yeah, the fact that they're all constantly updating the nearest predator, that's going to be one of the worst ones. We could figure out a way to only do that when necessary, so to speak. That would certainly help. So they have like a de-aggro radius, which is larger than their perception radius. We could just check if there's a predator within the de-aggro radius, then we should start updating the nearest predator. Something like that could work, I guess. And that way we're just basically doing a single check most of the time to determine whether we need to start doing all of these more complicated checks, which are only going to get worse. Eventually, I'm going to need to I'm going to need them to only check for the types of predators that exist in the current level, because every level will have unique creatures. Because the simplest way to do that would just be a big if-else that first checks what level they're in and then runs the level-specific code. Because I would want to use the same object still. I don't want like different types of human objects for different levels, because it's important that they can persist between levels. I'm just going to close up the windows a bit now. It's cooled off. But we don't need to worry about that yet. I'm projecting into the future. But what we want to do right now is probably like encapsulate the entire... What is this? Oh yeah, that's what it looks like now, isn't it? I wrote that stuff yesterday. Encapsulate the entire predator stuff, including that, presumably, into an if statement that determines whether the nearest... The best way to do it, and hopefully it will work, is just an instance nearest object predator, which is the parent object of all of the different predators. That would be really nice if that works, but sometimes parent objects are jank and they don't actually work. So we just gotta sort of cross our fingers and hope for the best here. That'll be a point distance isometric. Yeah, it doesn't help that every time we want to find a distance, I also have to do a point distance isometric, which is extra work. Maybe I should slap it in a temporary variable. I won't have to look it up twice then. What should I call this? npred. Don't think that conflicts with anything else. Equals instance nearest to yourself object predator. Less than or equal to is it just called diagro? Do I have that stored locally? Yes, and it gets inherited at the start from the global. Okay. It does change depending on what type of gift they have, because I think guards and shaman, not sure about hunters, but guards and shaman have a larger perception radius, and hence also have a larger de-aggro radius, because it kind of, they sort of go hand in hand. I think the hunters just have the same as a default human perception radius of 30. And then outside of this, we need the else. Nearest predator equals no one, and nearest predator temp, just so that we clear that. Ooh, do I also, if I want the check to start over properly from the beginning again, I need to set predator check back to undefined as well. Otherwise it will kind of pick up from where it left off last time, which would be a bit weird. Undefined. And maybe reset current, well, we don't need to, but we could reset current predator as well, I suppose. Better do the same stuff for the streams, the water. Where is it? Where have I gone? I've gone too far, I think. Nearest stream. Else. What's it called? Water check. And current water? Yes. Let's just reset that as well. So that's going to be one of the major ones if this works, which hopefully it does. Now all we're doing is like one instance nearest check and 1 point distance isometric to determine whether we should even be doing any of this stuff. If there's no predators anywhere nearby, we're just not going to worry about it. Which is better than doing all this stuff all the time. And then there's a lot of scanning through humans. We should probably test this before I move on, right? Otherwise I'll do too much and potentially have a bunch of bugs. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it works. Hopefully it increases performance. Can I just load my save or? FPS seems like basically the same as it was. Really not making much difference. It could simply, well, I think most of them are probably, I think these wolves are probably out of range of most of their de-aggro radius. Oh, it's not even working, is it? Or is it? These wolves, just go ahead and drop this guy here. Oh, okay, the wolves reacted to him, but he did not react to the wolves, so no, it's it's not, it's weird actually, the wolves themselves are not reacting to this guy. What the hell is going on? I didn't change anything in the wolf code. That is strange. Oh god. I really hope I'm not breaking the game. Well, this doesn't work, and it's probably because of that parent object, which is a pain in the ass. Oh shit, no, hold on. You know what it could be? It's that I'm an idiot, and I didn't multiply d-aggro by cell width. So that was actually like literally like 45 pixels or something. That's not the d-aggro radius. It would make more sense to multiply it once at the beginning. There's probably a lot of places like that where I'm doing a bunch of unnecessary math over and over again instead of like doing the math once and saving the final value. That's... I don't think it would make much difference again, but it's another thing I could do to maybe squeeze out a couple of extra frames per second. Just doing less math. Yeah, this really doesn't seem to have made any noticeable difference to performance, and that's one of the most egregious ones as well, so that's kind of crazy. If we go into Beginner Island, where there literally are no predators in the world, then obviously they're not going to be running any of that code. So that would be the true test. I mean, they wouldn't have been running any of that code anyway. So actually, this is... Yeah, how would they have been tracking the nearest predator if there were no predators? They wouldn't. So this would be exactly the same as it was before. Now, the true test is in a map with predators, but the predators are out of range. Getting like 130 FPS here. Yeah, man, it's tough. It's like, it doesn't really matter what I do. I can't seem to get... Wait a second, what level is this? There's wolves here. I thought we were in Beginner Island. Maybe not. Maybe I selected the wrong map. Is this temperate forest? Did anyone see? You want to start in Beginner Island. Whatever. Well, I guess it was working then. I guess it does work. That is nice. That is what we actually needed to confirm. Okay, these fishers, we have a lot of them. 6 fishers. They're probably going to get attacked by these wolves, so that'll be a good test. Ooh, yep. and they react and everything, so it's working beautifully. That's nice. So it doesn't seem to make any difference to performance somehow, but they won't actually run all of this stuff unless there's like a predator sort of around somewhere, kind of close by. Better than nothing, I suppose. They're still running tons of checks on all of the humans. And through all humans, count the number of hunters nearby, but only hunters do this. Find the nearest hunter in the hunting party, also hunters, only hunters do that. Both hunters and guards count the number of guards nearby. Only guards find the nearest... Wait, no, only not guards. Everyone except guards finds the nearest guard. Everybody finds the nearest shaman. So there's no reason to find the nearest shaman unless you're injured. There's no reason for the shaman to find the lowest health human unless somebody's injured. Those are a couple of things we can definitely do. Although this one... I think it's fine, right? I think it's fine. We just set nearest shaman to no one if you're not injured. Just gotta look at the state conditions. Instance exists nearest shaman, yeah. We wouldn't even need to do this check. If you only track the nearest shaman when you're injured, then that check becomes redundant, actually. And then we need to make a list of injured humans and update that list accordingly to do the other thing. So, we have a good plan there. What about these nearest guard and stuff? Like, basically the same. Like, you could do the same. You only really need to be worried about the location of the nearest guard if there's a predator in range or, like, around somewhere kind of close by. This just isn't making a great deal of difference to performance, though. Like, I'm not sure that I'm achieving very much here. Maybe my attentions would be better focused elsewhere. I don't know. Or maybe whilst I'm kind of in the groove on this thing, I should just finish it, even though it's going to be a pretty negligible performance difference. What's probably worse than this now, and I haven't checked the profiler yet, is the state conditions. Like, after, like, I forget exactly, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of up there in like the top 5. It was like pathfinding, then it was like all of the instance number or no instance finds that we were doing, which we now no longer do because we use DS maps instead. And then it's like the transparency script, and then I think it's like the state condition stuff. So it's like fourth or fifth most, like, biggest performance hog, if you will. But the weird thing is, even if I disable the transparency stuff entirely, the performance doesn't increase very much. So it's like, it's got to be the pathfinding. I think everything just is, it's just the pathfinding that slows everything down. Like, I think that's what it is. I mean, I've got to do everything I possibly can, right? Ultimately, so. The absolute best time to update that list, if you don't want to have to be constantly checking, is when something actually inflicts damage to a human. But that makes it like more work. Yeah, because it's not just the animals. They can also take damage from being set on fire. I think they take down. Do they take damage from starvation and stuff, or do they just instantly die? I have a feeling once they are starving, their health starts going down slowly. Hypothermia and heat stroke kills you instantly. If your body temperature hits the right temperature, you just die immediately, which is how it works in real life too, I believe. If your core temperature gets too low or too high, you just die. I'm not super motivated because I feel like I'm spending time on this and I'm not really seeing any performance increase. I'd probably be better off making the tweaks to the pathfinding stuff. But now I'm in limbo. Like, do I revert this stuff? Do I revert what I've done so far today? I mean, there's also I've only done this for the humans. It's like Brewer said, if I can stick it out and get through all of this and apply the changes to the animals as well as the humans, it might have some effect. Cumulatively. Now, the word accumulatively or cumulatively? It might have a cumulative effect. I don't know if I'm even saying a real word there. If I do all of it, but it's like I have to do all of it for a pretty minimal performance increase, I would say. Maybe if I can at least hit the major stuff that doesn't require long to implement. Some stuff is worse. Well, it depends. I can take the easy road and run a check somewhere, like in this event probably, that is like, if I'm below 100 health and not on the injured humans list, then add myself to the injured humans list. That's much easier than checking that list every time damage is inflicted, although that is the more efficient way to do it technically. But checking a single variable is not exactly going to impact performance, is it? So I think I'll give myself the easy option this time. This is something we kind of it's Gabo. Yeah, man. I wanted to work out today, but I don't have any food, so can't really do it. This is something we need to like know all the time, basically. This one again, we can only do this when like there's a predator nearby. Pretty much, we can do the same thing. We need to update npred once at the beginning, once per step. So if gift hunter, I guess it would go into this set. Nope. Need an extra if statement. Point distance less than d-aggro. I mean, this is a list. A list. Do I clear the list on else? Maybe? Well, that's interesting. Sorry, I just had a realization about my life. Yeah, did we just clear the list and then recompile it? It's not. Probably. Yeah, probably safe, actually. Nearby hunters. Nearest hunter and hunting party is something we kind of need to know all the time. Then again, what have we got? Number of nearby guards and nearest guard. Both of those can be encapsulated within this. I guess we could just put that outside of that if statement. Sure, yeah, it doesn't make any difference, does it? We do it like that. Whoops. What just happened? Oh, there it is. Like that. Else. Is there, should there be an else on this one? Yeah. What the fuck is going on here? Feel like I've messed something up. I'm gonna go back. Oh Jesus. What? Like zooming out. What is going on with this if statement? Why is it grey? What have I done? I don't know what I've done. I'm scared. That door tends to come open if there's a breeze. Yeah, I've definitely fucked something up here, haven't I? I've like deleted half of the frickin' code. Oh no, oh, I've done this. Oh yeah, I never click those. That really confused me. Okay, okay, we're back. So I take this, and goes to here. Ugh, my freaking mouse is broken. There we go. Else. We've got a list. We can clear the nearby guards list. And we've got the nearest guard. All right. So we only need to worry about that stuff if there is like a predator somewhere nearby. And then we've got find nearest shaman, which you only need to do if you're actually injured. It's kind of hilarious that we've been doing that the whole time for just for everyone, even when they're not injured. That's quite a big one. The lowest health humans is a bit more involved. We need to create a list that tracks all of the injured humans. We could come back to that one maybe. Oh, this is a bit of a... Well, we should be okay actually, because this instance isn't going to exist, is it? I'd like to say I'm staying well hydrated today, but I don't know if it's even working. I'm pounding these waters. I don't know if it's doing anything. Okay, so that should be fine. And then if you're in the hunting party, then you need to update the nearest prey. We could do an additional thing on top of this where it's like we don't do that until you're like actually kind of close to an animal. But don't know how big of a difference that's really going to make. They usually, like, there's so many of them in the map that you are usually pretty close to one. I don't know. Not sure that one's really super necessary. And then we disabled all the tree stuff for the carpenters. We've still had to keep the log stuff and the log stuff for the carpenters, the bush for the foragers. Yeah, I don't know if there's really any reason to worry about that. Shamans, the mushrooms, foragers of the bushes. We did the stuff with the water. We disabled the hut stuff, right? And then there's the drums. We should do the same thing where you only update the nearest drum when you're going to play a drum. Nearest active drum. Nearest active drum. It's not a big deal. You could, like, only update that when you're in a certain distance of a drum again, but not a big deal. I think we'll just do this nearest drum. Find nearest available drum. We'll disable that here. And we'll just do it once when you're actually looking for a drum. I don't even use that script anymore, do I? Should I just delete that script? What's it called? Water. Tracker water. Update. Yeah. Alt C. C tracker drum. Update. Yep, okay, I just forgot. I completely forgot how that even works for a second. I had to look at it. Okay, nope. We want to be in here. State drum. What is this? Oh, they seem to have some kind of weird targeting. Oh, right, this is removing. What is this one? With object human, gift drum, and nearest drum. Just clearing their nearest drum as well as removing it from this list, right? That's just so we get, like, snappy updating. I don't think it's even necessary to do that anymore now that we're going to do it this way, though. Because we're not waiting for the tracker to update. We just do it once instantly when we need to. So this is now redundant, actually. We don't need that. All we need to do is tracker drum update right before we target. Oh, no, that's in the wrong place. right before we target the drum, the nearest drum. So this will spit out the nearest drum and then we'll target it. Okay, that's another tiny optimization that we can make. The last major one would be the shaman looking for the lowest health humans. So we're going to need to get all of our injured humans on some sort of injured humans list. I'll put that with like the fires list. Or do I have a global heal list? That's the old one. That's what it used to be. I don't think I use that for anything anymore. But we're still saving it for some reason. Plottle. Oh my god, right. Well, it's kind of useful that that's there, I suppose. Object controller cleanup. Yeah. Well, why would you do that, though? Yeah, all of the combat stuff, including healing, is higher priority than going through the portal. So the shaman would make sure to heal everybody up first, I believe. And the injured people would make sure that they got healed before going to the portal. I wonder about mana regen, though. The shaman mana regen needs to be higher priority than going to the portal as well, otherwise you could wind up stuck in a bad situation there. Well, I mean, if the shaman didn't have any mana, then the injured humans wouldn't be going to them for healing, so actually it would play out okay. But presumably what we want is for the shaman to prioritize healing everybody, thus prioritize getting mana in order to heal everybody if they need to, over going through the portal, I guess. I think so. That is line 1999. And Exodus is 128, no, 1287. 1287, oh. Wait, how does it work again? Is lower priority higher up the list, or... I think the highest priority stuff is at the top of the list. Yes, and it gets lower priority the further we go down. So Exodus is higher priority than shrooming. Shrooming should be higher priority than Exodus. Shrooming should pretty much be like it should be second only to healing, basically, I believe. This is like way down the list. I'm surprised. I want to see like what is it below, you know. I don't think it's too bad, but it needs to be higher priority than right here, Exodus. Yeah. Where's there's the injured one. Where's there's fleeing. Fleeing. Why do we have so many of these? Oh my god. You know, this waypoint spawning code is probably not fast either. Yeah. I don't know, man. Fleeing. Healing. There's healing. And that... I can break that off of there then, I suppose. And have one shaman check for both. But we're going to want shrooming to be literally just right underneath healing, which is line 645. What is this one? Interesting, some old thing. So we can basically, I can just take this bit and completely delete the rest of this now, I think. And then head up to 645. Drop that right there. And then encapsulate both of those in a gift shaman check. Oops. Like so. Okay, well, there we go. Interesting. It does mean that the shaman will prioritize regenerating mana over, like, trying to cool down from heat stroke or warm up from hypothermia, even. Which is a bit strange, but that's just how it is. Okay, what was I actually doing? Oh, we gotta add every. So we might as well use the existing heal list. The global heal list will contain everybody who needs healing. Yeah, and the simplest way to do it is like we could maybe just put it in end step. Probably after these various things that can actually inflict damage to you would make sense, right? So basically right here before the death code, add to heal list if injured. I've got to split it into two, really, if I'm doing it this way. The other thing would be like, if you wanted to do it efficiently, you would check every time their health is increased, either if they receive a heal or their health, the passive health regen increases their health, then you would perform a check there to see if they've returned to 100 and then remove them from the list if they're on it, which they should be. But if we're doing it the lazy man's way, which we are, we're going to do it like this. So we add them to the heal list if their health is less than 100. Else we remove them from the heal list if their health is 100 or greater. So that's that. We got to make sure we remove them from this list if they die. Or does this just kind of take care of that for us? It does, yeah. It just works, actually. Does it? Wait, no, it doesn't. No, it definitely doesn't. But we could probably incorporate it into this same thing rather than having extra stuff for that. We could make this an else if, I suppose. Maybe we should just do 2 if statements instead. No, that doesn't really work. Well, yeah, unless I update this one as well. This is dumb. Might as well fix that while I'm here. There we go. I wouldn't think it would be so complicated. Okay. Add them to the list if they're injured. Remove them from the list if their health is back to 100. But we don't want to add them to the list if they're dead. It's almost like we should perhaps process this after the death code. If your health is less than 100 and you're not... Wait, held? Why not held? If you're not dead or harvested. But then the else doesn't work anymore. Right? Or does it? No, it kind of does, right? It's like, well, if my health is 100, I need to be removed from this list. Or if I'm not... Wait, no. If I am dead or harvested. Yeah, it actually works. That's great. So, if my health is 100, remove me from the list. If I'm dead, remove me from the list. If I'm harvested, remove me from the list. It works perfectly. That's actually... I just kind of stumbled upon the best way of doing that. I think that's right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's good. Okay. Hopefully that's everything we need to do there. And then we've got... Where is it? Find lowest health human. So, first things first. Yeah, we probably want to do the gift check first, still. Yes, no, it does reduce the amount of work, doesn't it? And then we check the list. DS list. Not empty. Global heal. and then we do this. Else, so let's say that list is empty. Then we want to do lowest health human. Right, okay. So, yeah, okay. And also, even better would be if we used a for loop to loop through the humans on the heal list as opposed to running this code on every human, because we know that the ones on this list are the injured ones. So that also, well, that just kind of speeds things up as opposed to improving performance. It just means we'll find the lowest health human faster because we're not checking over all humans. So I guess, well, we still need a with ultimately, right? Yes. Yes. And then we need to do for I. Can I use I here? Oh, Jesus. The problem with this is it's like integrated into this thing that is designed to check all humans. That's why I need to like break it off of that. It's going to be its own thing, kind of, that isn't going to be like based on this human check stuff. Yeah, we need to move it like outside of that. Put it like here. What? Wait a minute. I'm concerned that I fucked something up there. Where does this bracket go to? I definitely shouldn't have moved that one. Yeah, that goes all the way back there. I've got to take just this part. Find lowest health human. Okay. Shaman. DS list not empty. Global heal. For. And can I use I? What am I using I for in this event already? I don't know. I guess as long as it's not. Oh, Jesus. I'm using it to loop through the predators list to calculate the threat level. Does that happen instantaneously? Yes, I believe so. That's not inside of the thing that does one instance per step, so I can just reuse I without any issues, I believe. Alright, I'll be right back, 2 seconds. I was just thinking it'll be the weekend soon. It's literally Monday. What am I talking about? I was like getting excited for the weekend. Okay, I equals 0. I less than DS list size global heal I plus plus. With DS list find index. Nope. Value global heal I. There we go. Okay, so we're going to just loop through everybody on the global heal list and perform these checks and return the lowest health human. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And we're just straight up not going to do any of this if there's nobody on the global heal list. So that's an optimization if I've ever seen one. Whether it's going to make much difference or not, I don't think it is going to make much difference. How we doing? We gained any frame rate whatsoever? No. No, we have not. Do they only run to the guards if they're within their perception radius? I guess so. No? Maybe the check is performed actually in the state conditions. The fuck even is this? It's been a long time since I've looked at this. I guess it's just not working correctly. It did not seem to be fleeing to the guard, but they should have. There's no range. There's no like max range on it. They should basically just flee to the guard from anywhere on the map if the guard exists. This is just straight up not even working. Okay, well, it took them a second. I might just revert all of this stuff, to be honest with you. It seems all I've really done is broken the game. We haven't actually gained any performance increase. It's the pathfinding stuff that will probably help. This could have been broken before. I don't know. I have no idea. The animals are not even attacking, which is half the time. It's strange because I didn't update any of their code today. Well, I updated their code yesterday. The changes that I made yesterday. Shit. Okay, I think I need to roll back. It's unfortunate because I didn't make a backup after fixing the crash on quit. but yeah. None of what I've done today seems to have increased performance at all, really. How do I discard my uncommitted changes again? Oh, there's discard, right. So can I just do like a discard all or something? Oh, well, actually, I can save the bit that I want to keep. If I do this, right? Maybe? Maybe I can. Might be simpler just to roll it back, to be honest. The new stuff I can't discard. I can only discard changes, not new stuff that I've created. So what if I just like check out? Are you sure you want to switch? I don't want to. What if I just commit this stuff and then roll it back? Oh man, why is this so confusing? Okay, I committed that stuff and then just reverted it. We should be back to where I was at the start of the day today. Yep, okay, seems good. But I think I broke some stuff yesterday. I don't think it was anything I did today. Mainly because I didn't change any of the animal code. Yet they are not working consistently. Yeah, the wolves are just not reacting to the humans, so yeah, the game now crashes on quit again, but Oh. Hmm. Yeah, both of them need to be... Is that right? Both of them need to be undefined before we can start the process over again. I don't think it... Well, it was kind of working sometimes. I can't explain that. Kind of explain why it wasn't working most of the time. I'm guessing it just... you know, it's looping through this stuff every step. Starts out, human check is undefined, so it sets the first one. Sets the current human, performs all the checks on the current human. It keeps looping through until it finally reaches the end of all the humans, which would mean that human check would return undefined here, so it is undefined human check. And then we're supposed to start looping through the predators, right? But what's going to happen on the very next step? We go back to the top here, and oh, human check is undefined now, so we set it back to the first one. So the confusing part is how it was working sometimes. But basically, both humans and predators exist, but human check and predator check are never both undefined. So we never actually set the nearest threat. And there's several things which work like this. Basically, any one of these trackers that scans like multiple types of objects, we need this first thing needs to include both of them. So we should only really be able to do this when human check is undefined and predator check is undefined. And then we set human check and current human, because we're starting the whole process over. So this is kind of paused until we've finished looping through all of the predators as well. That kind of explains it. We can just try it really quick. And then I'll need to do the same for everything else that works similarly, and then I've got to fix the crash on quit again because I reverted those changes. Okay, they reacted a little faster than they did before. A little bit. I mean, before they weren't even reacting at all, so yeah. If I want them to react instantly, I'm gonna need to run like an instant update on their trackers whenever I drop a human, basically. In the same way that I instantly update all of the human trackers when I drop them, so that like if I drop them next to a stream or something, it immediately updates like, oh, this is the new nearest stream. God has just put me next to it or whatever. The same would kind of have to apply for the wolves. Otherwise, I drop a human right next to the wolves and it just takes them a second to scan through everything and figure out, oh, this human is the nearest one now. Yeah, so if we want that to be snappy, we've got to like kind of override it. Like we've got to like force update the trackers at the moment that we drop the human, which should be okay, I guess, because we're not going to be doing it too often. Anyway, okay, I got to grab something to eat because I've been going at this for a while and I'm pretty hungry. But we can do all that stuff after the break and get things working nicely. So, thanks for watching. I'll be back in a little bit. Peace out. Hey. What up, son? Get something to drink. Gonna update the stream title because I'm not doing that stuff anymore. Okay. Right, first I've got to fix the crash on quit again because I reverted to before I did that. And I'll fix one other thing and then I'll actually make a backup before I carry on. Don't forget to remove this stuff too. Actually, just delete that whole event. A little bit of deja vu. So, converting all of the trackers to using DS maps made a bigger difference to performance than enabling and disabling the trackers as needed. So we're just not going to do that. It makes like no difference. And I think it's just because the pathfinding is the real performance killer. I don't really think changing anything else has an effect at this point, basically. I'm actually kind of excited for the next game. As crazy as that is to say when there's like 3 years left to go on this one. Alright, pretty sure that's everything. I'm gonna enable a little debug readout again. The one other thing I need to change is that when the game crashes if we don't have an internet connection now, because it tries to like pass the Twitch chat user list when it's not even receiving data. Okay, saving, loading, that's fine. That was fine yesterday though. Quit to the main menu. Doesn't crash. That's nice. Load from the main menu. That's good. That's it. Yeah. Great. And yeah, probably I will need to kind of rework the Twitch. Oh, will I really? Probably. Maybe not. Maybe not. If I did want to like just destroy this object when you're not actually on the menu, because right now it just exists in the background all the time, which is obviously not optimal, but it's not a big deal. But if I did want to do that, I would need to I would need to like move the Twitch stuff somewhere else basically. Where is it? It's this one, I think. I'm wondering if this should have a similar check, like we only do this stuff if Twitch is true, if Twitch integration is enabled, basically. I mean, when I was testing offline the other day, this was the only one that caused an issue, so I couldn't tell you why, but I don't think there's any problem with this stuff. Maybe because this is like, I have no idea. But yeah, if I just put that there, then we're going to be fine, I think. I mean, you would still have the same problem if you enabled Twitch mode and didn't have an internet connection. So there's some stuff that I've got to figure out with the Twitch integration eventually. Definitely, but it's good enough for now. I just don't want it to crash if I'm showing somebody the game offline, really. Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think I'll ever need to remove it entirely, but it's gonna need like, you know, I was just trying to get the basics, wrap my head around it and get it functioning. But to do the proper implementation, that's going to take another pass for sure. Right, I'm actually going to be smart and push this to the repository this time. So I have like a good backup to work with. This is fixed crash on quit, and like offline Twitch chatters error, something like that. Oh my god, I'm stuffed. Cool. So the stuff that I really need to look into in terms of optimizing performance is reducing the amount of pathing and reducing the length of paths as much as possible. And possibly even, whilst we're there, taking a look at the waypoint spawning stuff, and might even be worth making a script, converting some of the waypoint spawning stuff into scripts, because I have a hell of a lot of duplicate code and I'm only going to want to update it in one place, ideally. Yeah, there is some stuff in here, but we want to look at state conditions. Oh yeah, this cannot be smart. This is terrible. I don't know why I wanted to do it this way. I was like, you know what? I want them to actually detect when they're in the ocean and then start drowning. Why? Why on earth would you do that? That means they're constantly checking if they should be drowning or not. Oh. I think we should move this. That would be smart. We really, it is going to be a bit of a pain, but let's see. We just want to perform this check once when you drop them, because that's the only way that they can make their way into the ocean. Tile map. Oh yeah, that would be pretty smart. Oh yeah, there's probably a lot of places where I can do that, because we just get the current tile right, and then compare it against all of these. We just have to get it once. Yeah, I'm probably doing that kind of thing in a lot of places. I mean, that would make it so much faster that I almost wouldn't even need to worry about offloading it somewhere else. But yeah, we could easily do like var tile equals. Yep. And there's a lot of places where I'm doing like a ton of extra math instead of like doing it once and saving the result. I don't know if that really makes any difference to performance though, because I have a feeling that maybe the computer can do the math so fast that it wouldn't actually make any difference. But there's tons of this sort of stuff, like when I'm spawning waypoints as well. You know, I still haven't updated the waypoint spawners so that waypoints can spawn on transition tiles. You can still only spawn waypoints on solid tiles. And there's enough of those that it hasn't been a problem, but still. It would feel more complete if it could actually spawn the waypoints on any tile. Except for like in the ocean or something, of course. So immediately that's 10 times better than it was. More than 10 times. Still, it would make more sense to only check this stuff once when you actually drop them. I think the reason for this is I was like, well, if they are doing this themselves, then they could you know, wind up in the ocean by any means. Just if they're in the ocean, this is how they'll react, right? And that would allow me to put other things in the game that could push them into the ocean or something. Tornado could pick them up and drop them in the ocean, or a tidal wave could carry them off. I don't know, stuff like that. But we don't have any of those things, and we probably never will. Because those are definitely stretch goals. Like, you know, all of the fun, cool stuff that you actually want in your video game that you don't actually get to do until you've done all of the essential stuff, which is like the first 5 years of development. Yeah. So it's just that there's probably never going to be any other way of them getting in the ocean. So we have that like bottleneck where we know that that's the only time we need to check that, really. And here we go, exactly the same thing. Again, and this is like whenever we're spawning waypoints, I'm doing this bullshit. Oh, let's grab this again. Guess once I've declared it once, I'm fine to just... I like how some of them are still missing the macros. Oh yeah, grass, sand, 26, 27. I hate it when I'm standing on 27, man. Walking down the street, standing at 27. Oh, my mouse is broken. Oh, come on. The battle with the right mouse button. There we go. Right. Yeah, because we do that. We do a lot of waypoint spawning. So that's probably going to help quite a lot. Oh, I didn't actually fix the rest of the stuff I was supposed to fix. Okay, I've got to put this on hold for a minute. And it is nice to have the chance to go through all of this and reformat it all whilst I'm here, though. Yeah, I definitely have like OCD or something, because I have like these problems where I'm like, oh, I can't partially reformat it. I can't just reformat this bit because then this will be formatted differently from the rest. I have to. I would think like, oh, I have to reformat everything in one go. That's insane. Luckily, I've sort of partially gotten over that to where I can just reformat things when I see them and not worry about it. But it's tough. Okay, right, what I'm actually supposed to be doing, good job I remembered. Anything that has one of these multi-object trackers needs to be updated so that it actually works. How they've even been partially working, I don't know. I think the problem is if it's a multi-object tracker and both types of objects exist, is where it kind of fails. And in this case, it's like nearest threat is checking for both other predators and humans. That's where it failed in this case. I think that's the only one for these guys. Oh, this is all just, it's just turning into a bunch of colors and symbols. Nothing makes any sense anymore. What? No, this is the stuff I was doing earlier. Yesterday. This is actually the end result of yesterday. I left it broken from yesterday. I didn't realize it was broken until today. I only discovered that by doing a bunch of other stuff which I just reverted because it didn't make any difference to performance, really. In the end, so I spent like 4 hours doing a bunch of shit today and then just reverted it. Which is not the best, but sometimes you've just got to do stuff to figure out that that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And there's no other way to figure it out. Yeah, but they're going to be in the same position. Right? The coordinates aren't going to change. Have a look. Oh, you're right, yeah, because it's the... Wait, what is it? Oh, yeah, this one's fine because that's their coordinates. But then this one is the coordinates of the spawn position. Fuck. So we've got to put tile inside of the while as well, so it gets updated every loop. Alright, take it easy. Thanks for stopping by. So we got to, well, we got to update that after we've updated this. So we would say we pick a spawn location and then we update tile based on that location, and then we check the type of tiles at that location, and if we didn't find a viable spawn location, then we pick a new location, and then we update tile again, and we continue looping until eventually we have a viable spawn location. Okay. Good spot. That's not the object I was in, is it? What was I looking at? Bears? Nearest threat. So these guys will be the same, I guess. They have human check and predator check, so it just needs to be the same as the wolves. All I really need to do is copy this, because it's exactly the same. And if I want them to react instantly, then I need to like force update the trackers when I drop a human or something like that. It would be more responsive, that's for sure. And it's it's probably okay. We can probably do that. Like I say, I'm pretty sure our performance issues are all coming from pathfinding, so we can probably do anything else we want, really. Within reason. Except getting stuck in an infinite loop. Let's not do that. Well, that's those guys. I don't think there's anything else, is there? This one's extra complicated because it has the bears in there as well. Jeez. I mean, both of those, and then is there like a bear check combat? So we need a third one. Or do we? Wait, because that is something that we only do in summertime. Just to be extra complicated. Oh boy. So undefined. I think I can just like do that. Is that right? Is that how it works? No, I don't think so. I don't think that works. I think we need to do it like human and predator, or, well, it's got to be like season does not equal summer and human and predator, or season does equal summer and all three. Whoop. Like that, right? Pretty much. Absolutely ridiculous, dude. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Okay. That's it. That's it. Okay, we're good with those now. I think these ones are probably fine. Just the humans we need to worry about. Oh no. No, of course, yeah, these ones check human and predator in the same one, so... So basically, like, starts out with them both undefined. It sets human check to the first one. Starts looping through all the humans, one human per step. Eventually it reaches the end of the humans and human check becomes undefined again, and then it says, oh, human check is undefined, let's set the first predator check. Starts checking through all the predators. Eventually it gets to the end of that. Predator check becomes undefined again, and then it says, oh, predator check and human check are both undefined, let's update the nearest threat and reset everything. And then it just loops back to the beginning. It's fine, and then the rabbits will have like the same thing. Okay, and then just the human stuff. That's all fine. That's all fine. I think they might actually all be fine. Pray. Trees. The trees are the only ones we actually need to worry about, yeah. Pretty sure about that. The streams, or the water, even though it does check both streams and fountains, I don't believe we need to worry about it because there is only ever one fountain, so we just check it if it exists, basically. I'll confirm that in a second. But this one needs to be... The reason it's been working so far is because there have been no miracle trees, but it would have broken if there were. That one, and then log, mushroom, bush, water. So it's like water check is undefined. We set water check to first one. We start looping through all of those until we reach the end, and then water check becomes undefined again, at which point we just check the fountain if it exists, and then that's it. Yeah. That is it. And everything else is fine. Okay, good. Okay, so we can get back to what we were doing. Should have done that before, really, so I could have pushed it to the repository, but never mind. So this is good, right? We pick a spawn location, we find the tile at that location, and then we check that it's not for that. Check that cell is not forbidden, and then we check that it's not one of these tiles. If any of this is true, we re-roll the spawn location, update the tile, and keep going until we find a spawn point. Hmm. Some of these frickin' statements are just too long, dude. I mean, it's long because it's formatted that way as well. What's this fucking seagull doing? It's gonna come through the roof in a minute. I think they're picking all the moss off of the roof to make a nest. And they've just chosen my roof. It's a good moss supply, I suppose. it would be a pretty good idea to put this in a script, because it shows up a lot. I'm not going to do that right now, though, because I don't want to be doing two things at once. Oh yeah, I also reverted that change. I forgot I even did that. Do I want to do that again? So we made it so that they would prioritize regenerating their mana over going through the portal to the next level. Which kind of makes sense. They prioritize healing people or being healed over going through the portal, but they need mana in order to heal people. So maybe, like, I can kind of see an issue with it, like everyone else goes through the portal and you've got this one straggler, this one shaman who's just shrooming in a field somewhere. He's like, and you're like, come on, man, everyone's already gone through the portal, you're over here tripping balls. And he could just get, you know, eaten by bears or something, right? It could be pretty bad. Because he gets separated from the group. I can see that being a potential issue with it. Here we have more waypoint spawning stuff, and this is the stuff that relates to fleeing, which is really, really, really bad. Really bad. I mean, look at this nightmare. So obviously one thing we can do is only do tile map get once. That's huge. But also, is there anything else like that I could or should do whilst I'm here? Because I mean, this stuff is bad. It has this failed attempts tracker. What it does is it basically takes the angle between you and the thing that you're running away from and then makes a cone on the opposite side based on that direction, and then tries to like spawn a waypoint somewhere over here in this cone. And if it fails to do that so many times, it widens out the cone. And it keeps widening out the cone until eventually it just is like, wait, fuck it, we can't spawn a waypoint. Just spawn a waypoint anywhere on the map. We don't give a fuck, right? That's what it's doing. Just to try and get them to run away from things, as opposed to running towards them, which wouldn't make a lot of sense. But obviously it's kind of a mess. But I don't think there's really anything I can do about it. And it's necessary, it's very important in fact, because, you know, you could be sandwiched between like the edge of the map and the thing that you're trying to run away from, and you can't run into the ocean. So it's pretty much guaranteed that you're not going to be able to spawn a waypoint over there. So we need that fallback. Maybe I should just lower the number of attempts drastically, because it literally does like 250 attempts before it even decides to expand the cone. We could just do one. Why are we doing 250 of them? I don't know, really. It just seemed like the game was a lot smaller back then, and I wasn't worrying about performance issues. So doing 1,000 attempts at spawning a waypoint didn't really seem like a big deal. We could just reduce it by like 10 times. We could do 25, 50, 75. Seems like an easy change to make. This is line 641. I'm just going to go grab the old tile thing. Get the other one, I guess. Jesus Christ. That's just like a couple of dogs absolutely losing their minds. I don't know why somebody isn't doing something. Like, they've just been going crazy for the last 15 minutes. Okay, oh, that's got to be after there, though. There's a lot of less than stellar pet owners around here who shouldn't really have pets, unfortunately. Okay. And then we just do tile, blah, blah, blah. God forbid we ever add more tiles to the tile map. The amount of places I have to go through and update it because I'm not using scripts. It would be pretty rough. Why is the failed attempts I mean, that's bad in and of itself. There's definitely improvements that could be made here, right? This should be like, why are we even doing that? It should be the tile is forbidden, or it's not one of these, or it falls outside of the cone. The failed attempts thing is universal. So we don't really want that to show up multiple times. It's here a third time. My God. Plus the failed attempts thing should be the first thing that we're looking at, surely. So that we immediately move on to the next one, rather than going through everything and then being like, oh, we weren't even supposed to be doing this. Yeah. So, let's do it like this. And maybe I can take this opportunity to add this stuff to a script. So we'd be like failed attempts less than or equal to 25. Well, it starts on 0, doesn't it? Failed attempts has got to start at 0. So just less than 25. And then we put some brackets around all this. I think that's it. And then we've got to put this in here. Right, so it's like if failed attempts is less than 25 and the cell is forbidden. Hold on a second, what? Isn't the problem with this that it's just going to keep going until failed attempts is no longer less than 25? Or am I misunderstanding it? Why is it so hot in here, dude? Close the window because it's like getting into the evening and now it's frickin' roasting. So while failed attempts is less than 25. That just means that this while loop's just going to keep happening, right? Until it's no longer less than 25. Isn't that what that means? Isn't it supposed to be like... Yeah, I don't think it makes sense. I don't think it really makes sense. Plus, we don't need multiple while loops if we can just update this number here, right? We're going to do angle difference compared against this number. So that number could just be changed inside of the while loop itself. Right? Would need to be stored in a temporary variable, but like an angdiff. I can't seem to wrap my head around this. As far as I can tell, I get a feeling that, well, that's just going to mean that this while loop just keeps going until we've done 25 attempts. That's not what we want. I mean, we want to stop as soon as possible. But what we could do, instead of using it here like that, just get rid of this. And then we can have something inside of the while loop that is like, if failed attempts greater than or equal to 25, angdiff plus equals whatever it's supposed to be increased by. Oh, are we supposed to reduce it? We're supposed to reduce it by 45 each time, it seems like. We got to make sure that it's still greater than 0, I suppose. right? And then you just put angdiff in there. Yeah. The only problem is that it shouldn't ever happen, but it could potentially create an infinite loop if there were no viable spawn locations. But something would have had to have gone very wrong for there to be no viable spawn locations. I mean, I suppose we... Yeah, yes, it is possible that the player could actually fill the entire map with trees. That is, you could do that, given enough time and patience. You could pretty much fill the entire map with trees. We probably need to put some kind of limit on the amount of trees you can create. I should probably just write that down somewhere. Because I didn't really think about it until now, but you can fill the entire map with trees, yes. That is possible. And then you could set them all on fire and watch your GPU explode. So yeah, we're going to do things a little bit differently here and convert this into a script so that I don't have to update this in a billion different places. That'll be nice. Tile. I'll define that just in case. I don't know what it's going to do when I put it into a script. Okay, so these dogs are still going. Nearest predator angle. I mean, it's all fine as long as I run it in a with ID and pass in the... Hey, Tiny Devil, it's going pretty well, thanks. How are you? Yeah, I just want to be sure this is all correct before I go ahead and convert it to a script. Set the spawn X and Y. Glad to hear it. Set the tile. Set the angle difference. And while the cell is forbidden, or it's not one of these tiles, or it doesn't fall within the cone, we're going to continue randomizing spawn locations. Yeah, it's a very brute force method, isn't it? This is probably where 90% of the performance issues come from. This is pretty bad. The load save stuff. What was I doing with load save stuff? I can't remember now. If we could, I mean, we have this whole, we have the angle, right? Right. Yeah, no, we had to abandon it, unfortunately. It may have improved performance, but it would have increased loading times by 11 minutes. So I don't think we can justify that. Sorry, I thought you meant like the save load system. Yeah. There's got to be a better way that we can do this, because we're just picking a random spawn location anywhere in the room, even though we have like a very specific place where we actually want it to be. No, well, kind of. We were trying to make like a map of nodes and then save it to a file so that it could just be loaded from this file rather than having to create it every time you like start a new map. We were trying to see if that would be faster than if loading it from a file would be faster than creating it, but it was not. It would have been, it's possible that with more work we could have gotten it to be the same speed as just creating it, which would still have been like 11 minutes. Maybe we could have gotten it a little 8 minutes. Maybe we could have gotten it down to that 8 minutes or something, but still too long. But looking at this stuff now, which hasn't been touched in like 2 years, this is pretty egregious. This is probably causing a lot of performance issues, really. Well, it could have improved performance potentially. In game, like when doing pathfinding, that could have been faster, but I don't think we could justify the increased load times. I don't think that would justify the increased load times. Unfortunately. We could have, if it was just an extra 30 seconds of loading, fine, but nobody's going to sit there for 15 minutes waiting for the game to load. It's not Dwarf Fortress, you know. It'll be pretty underwhelming if you've waited 15 minutes and you get into this game. Nobody's going to be happy about that. So how could we do it? Instead of, this is just stupid, obviously. Like what we need to do is somehow use our angle difference or something. How can I do that? We can at least split the room in half, probably. That's super easy. It's like we just look at the X coordinate and the Y coordinate. No, that would be just the X coordinate, but then I started thinking about splitting it into quarters, but it might not result in very good, like, you know, because you could be here, and like the thing that you're running away from is like 1 pixel to the left of your position, and it's below you, right? And then we would take this quadrant of the map up here and spawn the waypoint somewhere over there. So you're going to run in this direction, even though you should probably be running in this direction. Yeah. So unfortunately we had to abandon that. But I still think there's optimizations. There's clearly optimizations that can be made, because we're looking at this horrendous waypoint spawning code that I've got, which is literally like 2.5 years old or something at this point. Hasn't really been updated the entire time. And looking at it with my new increased knowledge, I'm able to see how terrible it truly is. I don't know how. I'm sure there's a way, but I don't know what it is. I just don't want to rely on this brute force method of like just spawning waypoints, just repeatedly spawning waypoints anywhere in the room until we finally get what we're looking for. If we could influence it a little bit to like at least spawn on the right half of the map or something like that, you know. Yeah, there are issues with that as well if you're already at the edge of the map or something, of course. But that's what the fallback stuff is for. Hey Fish, how's it going? Welcome back. I can't think of it. I'm sure there's a way. Somebody better at math than me would probably be able to come up with something, but unfortunately, I think I just have to stick with this for now, but we can at least improve it a little bit. What's the math? We have an angle between two instances, and I would like to use that to influence the coordinates that we pick for a spawn. Like a spawn point when spawning a waypoint in order to like run away from the thing. Pretty much. No, we're not doing pathfinding. We're updating the thing that spawns the waypoints that are used in pathfinding, but it's more of like a waypoint spawn system, which desperately needs refactoring, which is what we're doing. It's like we have that angle. We know the angle between us and the thing we're running away from. So we kind of want to spawn the waypoint somewhere over there, right? Because that's the direction we want to be running in. But right now, we're just like picking it anywhere in the room and just like brute forcing it, where we just keep picking random spawn points until we finally get something that is in the direction that we want to go. And we also have this fallback thing where it's like an expanding cone, where if it fails so many attempts, the cone gets wider and wider and wider until eventually it's the whole map again, just so that it doesn't get stuck in an infinite loop trying to spawn a waypoint. If they're like already stood right on the edge of the map and the only stuff in that direction is ocean, they can't spawn a waypoint in the ocean, so we have to like have a fallback option to get them to run in a different direction in that scenario. This is at least slightly better than what I was doing before. And I don't need to use a billion while loops. I can just basically have one. Also, I want to move the failed attempts reset to 0 inside of here after we subtract from the angle difference thing. So basically I can just delete these 3 while loops now and just do it with 1. That's a big improvement. And we're not checking the we're not doing tile map get for every tile. We're just doing it once and storing the value and then updating it each time we loop through the while. So a couple of big improvements there. And also I've reduced the number of attempts from 250 to 25. Is also probably smart. Because before, in that scenario before where they are on the edge of the map and it's only ocean over there and they don't actually have a viable spawn location for a waypoint, they would have still tried 250 times before expanding the cone, which seems pretty stupid as well. But the problem is, that number, like the counter argument is that number does need to be quite high, because we're just doing a random spawn point anywhere in the room. So well, if I could do maths, I probably could, but I have no idea how to do that. So my brute force method is just to keep picking random spawn points until it lands somewhere in the cone, which is not exactly efficient. But I don't know how else to do it. Oh my god, yeah. What I could do, this is what my limited capabilities would allow, is that I take the angle and then we just go over there and then we pick, like, so we know that we need to run so many units away from this thing in order to be safe. So we just go that many units in that direction and check if we can spawn there. And if we can't, then we start expanding out from that point or something. That's the best I can come up with. But as far as picking, like, somewhere in a cone, I don't know how you would do that. That's at least better than just brute forcing it like we are now, so maybe I should do that. There's got to be a way, right? Because we know this angle. I mean, it's just the it's... How do you find the opposite angle of an angle? A good question. You just subtract 180, I suppose. Yeah, that works. Or maybe there's an additional, like, condition that whether you should be adding or subtracting depending on the current angle. If it's between 0 and 180, you want to add 180. If it's between 180 and 360, you want to subtract 180, maybe. Doesn't really make a difference. Okay. Yeah. I just wasn't sure. So we could at least try that. But then how do we expand out from that point if that point happens to be forbidden? Well, we have a point then, so that's actually really easy. Then we just... Is it though? I mean, kind of. All we need to do is then use that point and then check if any subsequent attempts fall within... No, because then I'm just brute forcing it again. I'm back to the old thing, which we're trying not to do. Yeah, it handles angles. It has this angle difference function, which I'm using to kind of find the cone based on the angle between something. Weirdly, it's the difference between the angle to the thing that we're running away from and the angle to the potential spawn location. Which makes sense, right? Because it's kind of like that. It's doing this, and then it's checking the distance between here and here, and here and here. I can't bend like that. And by checking that, we sort of know if we're falling within that cone, right? But we're still using a very brute force method to get there. Yeah, that's the problem, is that I can only specify like a single cell on the navigation grid without using some sort of brute force of just like making waypoints until they fall within a certain distance, which I do for everything. No, I don't. I don't actually. Oh, that's no. That's right. That's how I do it. I take those coordinates and then wait a minute. Now, isn't that still brute forcing it? No, because we generate a random coordinate within so many pixels of this coordinate. Right, we're not just doing a random number between the width and height of the room. We're doing a random number between our coordinates minus some amount and plus some amount to get like an area. That's how you do it. I'm already doing that for other things. I just totally forgot. Okay, we can do this. We can do something half decent then. That's good. What about making a random point along one plane of the angle and a random point along the second plane and make the spawn a random point between the two? That would be amazing, but I don't know how to do that. That'd be pretty cool. I find that harder to imagine than my method, because my method starts with like a single point. I get, yeah. That's nice, it's a nice idea, but I'm going to have a harder time wrapping my head around like trying to sandwich it between those two. If it was only on a single axis, then no problem. But taking both axes into consideration, that's where I would lose my mind. Okay, so I think we have a plan at least. That's nice. Always good to have a plan. So where do I even begin? The very first... Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think I need any extra variables. I hope not, but we can make them if we do. But we're going to take our nearest predator angle, that's just it, and we're going to invert that. And then we're going to, then I need to do that thing with like sin and cos or whatever it is. Fuck, that's, yeah, I can't remember how I've done that. I probably have an example of that in code somewhere. But we can like take an angle and then like go out a certain distance in that direction by doing some fancy stuff. I've just got to find it because I can't remember how you do that. Var A equals D sin N. Var B equals minus D cos N. N being the distance, I'm guessing, and A and B being the X and Y coordinate. So it would be something like spawn X equals D sin multiply by a distance to get the X distance and multiply A by a distance to get the X distance and B by a distance to get the Y. N is the angle. Oh. Wait a minute. How do we know the starting point then? How do we know the starting coordinates? We're just like adding to the X. Are we just adding it to the X and Y of this instance, basically? X plus D sin of the nearest predator angle multiplied by the distance. X plus D sin nearest predator angle multiplied by cell width. Oh god. What if we want to get isometric with it? I'm sure I've done that. I've done that. Do I still have the example of that somewhere? It was a long time ago, but... So, oh, right. I just multiply the x by the width and the y by the height. Of course. Or divide the y by 2. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is a problem. Like, I just forget everything. As soon as I'm not, like, actively working with a particular concept or something, I just forget it. I don't know. It's not very helpful. I feel like a big problem is that when I realized that everything's stored on the internet, I just stopped remembering things because you're like, well, it's on the internet, but then you can't remember anything, which doesn't help. I kind of think those guys who had to learn from books back in the day had it pretty good, actually. Random angle within the range. Oh, right. Oh, that's a smart way of doing it, finding a random angle within the range. Interesting. Wow. If you just randomize both the distance and an angle within a range, then you basically just have a random spawn point within a cone, don't you? That's brilliant. Okay. Proper old. That's nice. Yeah, I feel like I would actually remember things if I, had learned that way. Because it's like you've got to, you got to remember it all till you get to the computer and you can sit down at the computer and do it. Okay, so I guess there's going to be a little bit of extra setup involved here. Also, I'm supposed to invert that first, so really we need like okay. Can we just have like an ang min and ang max maybe, and that equals nearest predator angle minus 180, and then let's just imagine that's the angle and we flip that around. We're going that way. And then if I do like minus 22.5 or something and plus 22.5 for the other one, then I've got my 45-degree cone. And then we just want to generate a random distance. Like, I mean, it's got to be like, there's got to be some minimum amount to it, so they run at least some distance. Maybe like maybe I don't know if I should be basing it on their perception and stuff, or just throwing random numbers in here. I kind of want to do perception times cell width, and they also have like a diaggro. Feel like that's sort of like a band. Spawn it somewhere within there. Okay. We have our cone and a distance. Oh, now I want to generate a random angle between these two. How do I do that? It's just a random number, isn't it? Well, it's how do I know if I'm in like a negative angle or something? Because if the angle was 0 to begin with, it's now minus 180. Is that going to cause any issues? The numbers that I would be feeding in that scenario would be minus 202.5 and minus like 158.5 or something. So I'd still just get a number between those two negative numbers, right? So I don't think there's any issue with it. Don't need to worry about it. Cool. Calculate the angle difference. So I'm not doing that. Define the radius. Interesting. Okay, I'm doing almost the same thing, but slightly differently. I think it still works though. And then we do spawn x equals x plus dsyn random angle times distance. And the other one was dcos. Am I using? I'm guessing I'm using dsyn and dcos correctly here. It's the y position. So we now have our spawn coordinates, our spawn location within our cone. Decon, that's not a thing. Decos. I'm pretty sure that's right. and then we perform our various. We no longer need this angle difference thing. We do still need a fallback option where we expand the cone, but I don't think do we need an angle difference for that? We don't need this anymore because this was part of the old brute force method. Now what we need to do is like expand the minimum and maximum angle as required, which means these modifiers here actually should be based on angdiff, if you will, which starts out at 22.5, let's say, and increases by 22.5 each time we want to expand the cone. So, okay, so we pick our spawn location within the cone, then we check that it's a viable spawn location. If it's not, then we have to do all of this stuff again. As well as updating the tile. And then after so many failed attempts, then we do well, this would be less than 180. We can't go above 360. Then angdiff plus equals 22.5, so we expand the cone by 45 degrees every time. So we're going from a 45 degree cone to a 90 degree cone to a 135 degree cone to a 100. Do I have this right? 135 to 180. 45 to, oh yeah, and okay, I'm sorry, I imagined it expanding a lot faster than that. Okay. And we just keep, every 25 failed attempts, we just keep expanding, but that number can potentially be quite a bit lower now, because we're not using this. Alright, Tiny Devil, thanks for the help, dude. Thanks for giving me a hand. Have fun. 25, should we do like a computery number, like 16 or something? Greater than or equal, failed attempts is greater than or equal to, well, it would actually need to be 15, because we start at 0. So every 16th attempt, we're going to expand the cone. Why not? Why not? Still seems like quite a lot, but 8 seems quite low. Maybe it should just be 10 or something. Why am I trying to make it a power of 2? I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I think I'm doing everything right. I feel like I'm doing everything right. Failed attempts resets. Boom. So we pretty much would just. It's as long as I look like I know what I'm doing, right? You know, I might kill us all in the process, but as long as I look like I know what I'm doing. And then I just want to put this in a script, basically, because it's going to show up in several different places. So everything from here to here can go in a new Pathing. Like, what do we call this? The Angular Waypoint spawn script or something? Alt-C, I learned that one today. SC Angular Waypoint. Totally tubular, dude. I call it that because we might have a waypoint 1 as opposed to angular waypoint. And it needs to be with controller oh, wait a minute. Wasn't I supposed to like there's supposed to be an X distance and a Y distance, or I just divide this one by 2. I think we'll just divide it by 2. And then I don't need an extra variable. Beautiful. Imagine that. Now the cone has gone from like this to like an isometric cone. Oh, don't forget to do the other one. Okay. And then basically we just, oh, that's the wrong place. Replace all of this with that function. Angular waypoint. Boom. Whoop. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay. Cool. I mean, the actual instance create waypoint could be done inside of the script as well. Would make sense, I guess, considering it's that's kind of what the script is supposed to do. It should be called Waypoint Angular, shouldn't it? So that it would get categorized with any other waypoint scripts ultimately. Whoops. And then outside of the while loop right there, we do that. Waypoint Angular. I've lost it. I don't even know where I am. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's just blue because I probably need to restart GameMaker. Sometimes that doesn't even fix it. Or is it that I just haven't renamed this one? That's what it is. Waypoint Angular. There we go. Okay, I'm going to have to grab something to drink. I'll be right back. You know what I realized? This would be more universal or reusable, as Brewer would say, if we passed in the angle. So we want to actually have a angle, and then we pass in angle here, 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 and here, and then we feed in the angle when we call the script, call the function. ID, what was it called? Shit, I've forgotten. Like nearest predator angle or something. Thing is, it's called nearest threat angle for some of the other creatures. It's not universally named, but also it allows us to use this script for potentially running away from something that isn't a predator or a threat. We just throw any angle in there that we want, which is handy. I can't think where I'm going to use that, but I might want to use it for that. Not yet. I've just been updating it so that we pass in the angle to make it a bit more universally compatible. And then I'm just going to go through and replace all of the jank with the new script, and then we can test it. I have a feeling this is probably going to impact performance pretty drastically. So basically every single one of these monstrosities is now just going to be replaced by this one elegant little script. I mean function. Oh, including that line. Beautiful. And there's a lot of them. And not only do I need to do this for the humans, but also for all of the other creatures that have the ability to flee from things as well. This may have been one of the major performance killers. I don't know, really. I don't know about that, actually. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't like... I mean, there's nothing that was showing up in the profiler that it would indicate that this was a problem. But then again, it's just like a while loop or something. So sure, the state condition script showed up in the profiler fairly high up in there. But there would be no way for the profiler to like specifically pinpoint the waypoint spawning, because it's not like a specific function or something, or it wasn't. Now it is. Really, it was calculating the paths that was the slow thing. That's going to be all of them, isn't it? I've still got to go through and do the rest, but I have a feeling that we should just try this to begin with, at least, and do it for the others as well, and then also wherever it shows up inside of the states as well. Yeah, we could do that. It's just the one killer, actually. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that would be as useful as as something like visual that kind of draws a line to the waypoint or something, or I don't know, something like that. Both would be useful. It'd be useful to know the number of attempts and see the waypoint as well. Oops. Oh my god. And then this is for like, this is like the chain spooking. Better than chain smoking. Well, I mean, you seem to know a lot more than me. You were able to come up with the actual solution to this. I wouldn't have been able to think of that. That was AI. Well, you were able to use AI in such a way as to get the solution. That's going to be it. I'm not sure how, you know, slow or fast tilemap get at pixel is. I don't know how big of a difference not doing that a million times is going to make. But it's going to be an improvement. Okay, that's all of them. Let's just see if they can even, like, flee from anything first. Start a regular game. Right, so if I take one of these guys and drop them next to these wolves, it crashes the game. This is something in the deer code, actually. Oh, I'm passing in the... I said that before as well. I said the variable is not the same, is it? Hold on. Stand by. We're talking about nearest threat angle. That's what I'm talking about. No, not global search. Nearest predator angle needs to be replaced with nearest threat angle. Yeah, you can do global find and replace as well. Okay, now I'm passing in the right variable. We should get better results. I am actually going to start in test mode just because I prefer it. But the humans seemed to flee, so before it crashed because a deer was trying to flee from something, the human was at least fleeing in vaguely the right direction. Let's grab one of these worshippers, drop them here, and, well, they did start fleeing. I'm not sure if they quite went in the right direction. Is that because they're fleeing to a guard, or what? I'm not entirely sure, because that didn't seem to be working last time. Maybe I'll just enable something that draws a line to their target, which will either be a guard or a waypoint, depending on what they're fleeing to. And that's going to help us in both scenarios. Did I remember to quick save? I don't think I did. Damn it. I mean, it's positive that they are at least fleeing. Just need to know what they're fleeing to. I believe if it's working correctly, they should flee to a guard if there is a guard, like, anywhere on the map, basically. So let's see if this guy starts fleeing from these. No, he's fleeing to a waypoint, not a guard. So as far as I understand, fleeing to guards just doesn't work right now, basically. I mean, they're not running towards them, so that's positive, I suppose, but also they're not necessarily running directly away from them either. They kind of seem to be picking a bit of an odd direction, but maybe we just need to, like, narrow down the cone a bit or something. Well, this hunter is single-handedly taking on all these wolves. The hunters have gotten a little bit crazy recently. I wonder what's going on. I think maybe their threat assessment is bugged. Yeah, I may have broken a bunch of stuff with these recent changes. So has my max FPS increased dramatically? No. Well, they're getting even more powerful. Actually, I don't know. Okay, they're kind of taking some insane risks by deciding to fight instead of run. I did see a hunter get themselves killed the other day by making that choice. We do have 3 guards on the map, so you would expect them to just run to the guards. I don't know why they're not, to be honest with you. It's kind of strange. I mean, this should just return the nearest guard. But I guess it's not working. Welcome back. I don't think the nearest guard tracker is actually working for some reason. Yep, nobody seems to know where the nearest guard is. Huh. Why is that? Oh, fuck. I don't know how any of this stuff has been working. Maybe none of it's been working. We should be okay now. Oh man, this is the danger of doing a big update like this, isn't it? You could just break the entire game. Oh, okay. Well, our performance is probably going to get worse now because they just weren't doing a bunch of that stuff, so... Oh, it's not noticeable. It's not made a noticeable difference. I should have started in test mode probably because we don't have any guards now. I'll make a guard. You can be a guard. And everybody's like, there's the nearest guard. He's right there. And so if this one was to run away from this bear, for example, they would... The bear is not even responding to them. That's not good. So the bears are fucked. What about the wolves? Okay, they do at least want to run away from the wolves. Bit of an odd path that they decided to take there, but yes, they chose to run to the guard because they exist. Let's turn that guard into a carpenter. We're getting somewhere. So if there is no guard, and we put this guy near the wolves, he's going to try... now he was running in a bit of an odd direction. I have a feeling that there's something slightly wrong with the waypoint spawning, where they're kind of spawning it in the wrong direction or something. What's up with the bears? The bears... I don't know what's up with the bears right now. They're passive. They're completely passive right now. Which they are normally passive unless provoked or if they have cubs. But now they're completely passive. It's probably something to do with this monstrosity. To be perfectly honest. I don't think this is ever getting handed off to nearest threat. Would be my guess. Because everything above there looks fine. Oh, wouldn't... bear check combat. That's different from bear check. Isn't it? Is it? I don't know. No, that's that one. Okay. They're just riding them round now. Like an Armani war bear. That takes me back. I'm just gonna be riding one wheels around. Okay. Yeah. No, I can't. Yeah. This is like seasonal, isn't it? Is it? No. I fucked up. I definitely fucked something up. We don't actually need to worry about. Oh, that is inside of there. So we only actually run this if it's summer, else we... And all of this stuff is... That's perhaps not a very good way of doing this. I don't know. Summer, gender, male, adult, true. Not... okay, if any of this is not true, then we switch to the other one. That would be surprising, because I've not been able to get anywhere close to creating sentient beings. They're all pretty stupid. I'd be very surprised if they developed consciousness. Yeah. It's like, it does get you, like, when you sort of think about it, it does make you realize how insane consciousness really is, how insanely powerful consciousness is. When you try and, like, write a program that thinks, and then you realize, like, wait a minute, this is insane. And then you sort of think, like, how is my consciousness able to, like, process reality and do so many things simultaneously, seemingly completely effortlessly, when I can't even get a guy to, like, pick up a log off the ground? You know, it's pretty nuts. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I don't think it's really hit me yet. I don't know. I feel like we're so far off of that still that I'm not really worrying about it. Maybe. But yeah, it is scary because, I mean, human consciousness can go so wrong already, and has in so many cases. People start committing genocides and all sorts of insane shit. So, yeah, if they were also like the most intelligent being in the universe, and they were completely insane, we definitely have a big problem on our hands there. Else we do this. So right now we're only going to be running this because it's not summer, basically. So the problem is probably in here. What is up with this? I don't know. It looks fine. Oh, what? Oh, shit. I forgot to delete these 2 lines. That's it. That's all I needed to do. I think emotion is probably part of that. Would be my best guess. Because like your consciousness is really something that's more like everything is felt and like kind of experienced directly. It's not really like the mind. I don't know how to explain it. Like the mind almost isn't even conscious. The mind is pretty fucking useless. The mind is just like bashing blocks together or something. It's trying to make these primitive little models of reality and stuff, but it just sucks. It just can't do it. It can't keep up. It can't handle the complexity. But somehow consciousness can like make a full rendition of like whatever is going on. And it's like it's all felt essentially. Like what I'm seeing right now and everything is almost like the same. It's felt, it's felt in the way that an emotion is felt in the body. Like my perception is perceived in that same sort of way. Yeah, I would guess so. I would guess it's like, I guess basically we're just drawing a distinction where there doesn't actually exist one in reality. Like, ultimately there is only consciousness, right? But we're the ones who like categorize, oh, that's an emotion and that's a sense, and it's actually all just one thing. Okay, so the bears should be able to attack the humans again now. But the real problem is that they aren't fleeing in the correct direction, I don't think. No, I always enjoy this type of thing. I've been known to go down the rabbit hole from time to time on stream, or to go off the deep end. It's what we do here. Don't worry about it. I've been trying more recently. I've been trying to write my thoughts down rather than just spouting them on the internet, because sometimes I can really I just don't know if it's always appropriate to just start ranting and raving on the internet. Yeah, but I can't keep it contained forever. I mean, eventually it boils over or bubbles up or whatever, and I start ranting. But I have been trying to, because I don't know. Sometimes, like back in the day, some people would say, "Oh, this is why we tune in. We tune in to see you absolutely lose your shit on stream," And then other times I think, well, people probably don't want to see that. People are probably here for the game development. They're probably not here to just listen to me going off the deep end, But it's different strokes for different folks, and you can't please everybody. It's like it's probably not even worth thinking about at the end of the day, is it? It's like I'm just gonna be myself basically, and the right people will stick around. So, yeah. I guess it's just easy to fall into that trap of like, how can I maximize viewer retention? What should I be doing here, And next thing you know, you're a freaking robot. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do wonder about it sometimes. I'm not sure that I'm a very, like, personable person. or very approachable or something. It's definitely different. I feel like maybe people don't watch me as much as other streamers, or people don't necessarily talk to me as much in chat, so there's definitely something like, I don't know, maybe I'm not very approachable or something. There's something about me. I mean, but you know, the people who I am for will be here and will stick around or whatever, right? But my general experience in life has been that most people don't like me. But that's because I'm not like most people. I'm definitely one of these sort of freak edge cases, head cases even. But the internet has been great because I've been able to connect with people where I've really struggled to do that in real life. Yeah, that's why the internet has been so great in a way, because I've not been able to find my tribe in the real world, as they say, not yet anyway. So yes, the online connections have been great. You can cast a wider net, you know. Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay, I should be looking at the script. And trying to figure out why they might be going in the wrong direction. I think the problem is if we print, well, no, it's actually, we can print to the console, for one. That's fine. As long as we only have like one human fleeing at once, we can keep it under control. And then we can draw our line so we can see where the waypoint is. Well, that's what we want to do, I'm pretty sure. Because that's the angle to the thing that we're running away from, so we want to flip it so that we go away from it. Okay, so we'll actually get a number of how many attempts we've made. And then human target, or we could specifically do waypoint so that we only get Waypoint's not anybody who's targeting anything. See, he ran to the right. I find very odd. It's I don't even see a message in the console. What the hell? I should probably disable all of these set tick messages. Where are those coming from? I didn't even get a message in the console. That is strange. Which would imply that this script was never actually run. But that doesn't make any sense. No, what that would mean is that the first waypoint that it spawned was a success. But weirdly it like spawned it to the right. So actually that probably is a sign that it's working very well. Because it didn't have to fall back on this at all. It's just that the angle is way off. Because we were basically like right above the wolves, so we should have had this like 45-degree cone like this or something, right? Kind of like that. But he was going right. So we would have had an angled and I think when I drop him there, I'm going to double check. When I drop him, I like force update all of the trackers and presumably the angle as well at that time. SC drop. Oh, it's a script. And then I have something like trackers update. Is it just the one? Yeah, just the one. And then trackers update angle nearest predator angle. So as soon as I drop him, we update the nearest predator and then update the angle. So that should be, we should have the correct angle. Well, I'm subtracting it and adding it, I believe. So if it should be a 45-degree cone to begin with, and then we expand it after so many failed attempts. Right, because we're flipping the angle 180, and then we're subtracting 22.5 from the minimum. No. We're subtracting, to get the minimum, we're subtracting 22.5. To get the maximum, we're adding 22.5. So in our case, let's say we had an angle of 270, we minus 180, and then minus 22.5 plus 22.5, that would be like that actually. And so almost as if our initial angle was wrong, because this is all fine, right? And then we do a random between the minimum and the maximum. Maybe that's where the problem is. You know what would make a lot of sense is if we like printed the random angle to the console. That would be a useful thing to do. He's still running to the right, and the angle that we get in the console was 70. What the hell? 70 is like, well, it's close to 90. It's definitely not to the right. How are we winding up with something to the right? So the angle is actually quite good at 70. You know, that's like this or something. So the problem is after that, the problem is when we're trying to get the coordinates. So maybe something's wrong with this. It's got to be. Oh, am I doing them backwards? Is it supposed to be d cos for the x and d sin for the y? I'm just looking at the example that you sent in Discord. D cos. D sin. Well, that would explain it, I guess. Let's try it now. Nope, that's even worse. What the hell? What angle did we get that time? 173. Ah, the first one. Wait, what? Where did the second one come from? Something else must have been fleeing from something. I need to put this. Well, first of all, let's make sure that's correct. And then put this in here as well. But yeah, that was from something else because it didn't print this message, so the while loop wasn't triggered. That was something else that was fleeing. We could do an additional message when we've actually created the waypoint with the angle from them to the waypoint. Like, It's like direction or something, right? Point direction from X, Y to waypoint X, waypoint Y. Okay, and then we can see, well, obviously it's going to be different. Why did I even do that? We know it's spawning in the wrong place. Yeah, he's running towards them. We're going straight up in completely the opposite direction of where we need to be going. Why? Why is that? Why is that? Or maybe the angle, well, let's check. Let's see what, maybe we're taking the angle from the predator to the human as opposed from the human to the predator, and that would flip everything. Exactly, that's what I'm going to look at. 90, see, we got, but that's very strange. We got 96 and then spawned the waypoint at 258. $94, 261. No, it's definitely the angle from the human to the nearest predator. Definitely that. So we're flipping it somewhere in the script, basically. I mean, we are flipping it. But that's what I thought we were supposed to do. If we get like 270, we want to flip it to 90, so we run away. And then we make the cone. And then we do, see, we'll get all the way up to like, this is fine. We're all good up until here. It's got to be this. This is where it goes off the rails, right, when we do this. And I wish I was better at math so I could figure this out. I'm trying to remember what Tiny Devil said. N is the angle, he said, I'm sure. N is the angle. Divide the y by 2. Does that mean I'm supposed to divide just the distance by 2? Or the whole thing? Probably just the distance. Yeah, so we're getting the right angle, but then whatever we're doing here is we're going in the opposite direction for some reason. Oh, wait, we're I think we're missing brackets that we need. See what I'm saying? We need some brackets around there. X plus d cos random angle multiplied by distance. Y plus random d sin random angle times distance divided by 2. Whereas before I was doing x plus d cos random angle times distance. cos random angle multiplied by pi. Yeah, I don't know where it's getting pi from. I'm just going to try this real quick. See what we get. Nope, that's still going in completely the wrong direction. Yeah, it's using a slightly different method. But back on the previous topic, there's a lot of people whom you don't actually want to be liked by. It's actually a good sign to be disliked by certain people. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing that I'm disliked by a lot of people that I've encountered in my life. Actually, I think that's a good thing. I'm actually happy about that. It's caused a lot of problems until I was ultimately able to remove those people from my life, but I think it's actually a good thing. I wouldn't want to be liked by those people because that would make me a pretty terrible person. Take the final angle and minus 180. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem like what we want to do. We just need to not be fucking up right here. Because we've got the right angle. We know we've got the right angle. We're just doing something wrong here. Let me maybe look at my... because I do still have that example code. My like old testing code. I was smart and I don't think I ever deleted it because I knew that I would forget everything. See, I'm doing X. Oh, shit. Why is this one minus? Y minus? We're adding to both of them. D cos for X, D sin for Y. Distance multiplied by that, or vice versa. And I do have those extra brackets as do I? No, that's just around that. No. But I'm subtracting for Y, which would kind of explain it if we're adding for Y and they're going the wrong direction on the Y axis. Maybe we need to be subtracting. Maybe that's what it is. Wait, let's just, maybe I'm... Yeah, I'm looking at what Tiny Devil said. He said A equals D sin N, B equals minus D cos N. Although I think he might have gotten the sin and the cos the wrong way around. He did put a minus in there. Okay, I think we're supposed to be subtracting in this case. Would explain why he's running down instead of up, wouldn't it? Okay, let's see if we finally got there. Be free. Yes, okay, he's running a bit far to the right there, but it was definitely an improvement. Excellent. I think we could narrow down the cone a bit to get them... If he's, well, that's a good question. What if he is supposed to run down? He runs down. Amazing. Don't question the math magic. The math-a-magic. Let's just Let's just ride the wave. I don't understand any of it, but it works, so we're going to go with it. Okay, so I definitely do want to narrow down the cone, though, to get more of a straight line. I know I've never been able to do math. I really struggle with it. It's a miracle I've been able to do any of this, to be honest. I've had a lot of help and just a lot of patience. I've just stuck at it for a really long time. That helps as well. If you do, you can't. I discovered something at one point. If you never give up, you literally can't fail, because you can only fail at the point that you decide to give up. If you just keep going, you haven't failed. It's amazing. Yeah, at this point, I can't even remember what sin and cos are. In a right-angled triangle, cos value equals adjacent hypotenuse. I wish I was high on hypotenuse. Where val is one of the three angles. The adjacent hypotenuse. Adjacent. What the fuck does adjacent even mean? We're looking at something like this, right? And then maybe if we provide this one, it gives us this one. Or if we provide this one, it gives us... I don't know what it... something to do with triangles. I don't know. Maybe that's not a hypotenuse. Maybe it's only these two. I don't know. I'd have to study it a bit. Probably would be good to know this kind of thing. But not today, Satan. We're gonna narrow this down to an 11.25. And then we will increase this by 11.25 for each one. That's one thing that I realized as an adult, is that like the one useful thing they taught us in school was math. And I was just too stupid to understand any of it. Also, a big part of my problem is that I just didn't want to be there. I have a big problem with my freedom being taken away when you're locked in some miserable institution every day of your life. That's not conducive to learning. Yeah, my primary concern was just getting the fuck out of there. I don't understand why we didn't burn that motherfucker down, you know? I was the kid I was just sat in class. I was like, any minute now, somebody's going to kick that door down. And we're just going to take over. We're just going to burn this motherfucker down. Come on, Pookie, let's burn this motherfucker down. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how people stood for it, to be honest with you. Oh man. Yeah, another part of my problem was, I guess, that I could get by without studying. It's like I wasn't actually failing, even though I wasn't trying. I could have done really well if I actually tried, but I didn't want to be there. So I wasn't going to try, was I? I just didn't want to be there. It's the whole thing. And I had a bad home life as well, so I like stopped sleeping for many years because of the night time was the only time that was my own, you know, and I've really fucked myself up. That's probably where most of my issues come from basically just not sleeping as a child. Yeah, I mean, I guess I was kind of like that with a lot of stuff, just not the math. The math stuff, I just could never really do it. Oh yeah, but it's really bad for you. Like sleep is the one thing that you don't ever get back. You can't catch up on it. Every second of sleep that you miss is permanent damage, which is really unfortunate. Like it's horrible. It's horrible how bad it is for you, like on every level. Oh, you're one of those people. Yeah, I don't mind it. I actually wish I could sleep more. I'm always trying to sleep more. The only time it was a problem for me was like essentially just because my freedom was taken away. So then I was like, well, I'm just gonna have to stop sleeping, aren't I? I love sleep, but I guess I love freedom more. Yeah, because it's a quality thing. Like, what you're doing by sleeping is enhancing the quality of your life, essentially. Like, you will perform so much better. You will enjoy life so much more. It's just like net positives across the board. Like, yeah, it just enhances everything. So the quality of time. It's like one thing I realized through my drumming practice was like when I started prioritizing rest, I started learning and progressing so much faster. Like I could learn in 15 minutes what would have taken 3 hours just because I was well rested, you know? So it's like, oh, this is a no-brainer. Yeah, it's a fine line. It's a fine line. That's good though. You're getting a good amount of sleep in though. If you're managing like 7 is probably the minimum that you want, right? So you're getting pretty close to that even on a bad day. But yeah, it does make such a big difference. Oh, you're only getting like 4 to 6. That's rough. Yeah, that's not good. You gotta be hitting 7 to like for the body to like fully repair and everything that it needs to do. And it's also, it's not just about the quantity of sleep, it's about the consistency of the timing. For example, if you always sleep at like midnight every night and then you go to sleep at 2, you don't actually get those first 2 hours of deep sleep because your body is running on a system where it's like, oh, from 12 to 2 is deep sleep. If you go to sleep at 2, you just skip it. You don't actually, it doesn't shift. So it's about consistency as well, like having the same bedtime every night, which can be really hard because I get like days, especially if I'm working out on a particular day, I get like totally buzzed and I'm awake and I can't sleep. Yeah, it would affect weight gain as well. Yeah, it's literally the number one thing. Sleep is the number one thing. It goes like sleep, diet, exercise in that order pretty much as to like the best things you can possibly do for yourself. Okay, we did it. We did it. Amazing. They'll actually run in the right direction now. All right, take it easy. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks, dude. Thanks for the assist. I'm just going to see how it looks with that tightened cone. You should get them running in like a bit more of a kind of... Well, they still basically run to the side, but that's just because of the pathing, pretty much. Right back at you, dude. But man, did that shit fuck me up. You know, I've definitely been thinking about that a bit recently. Like, before I even knew what was going on or had the language to describe it, you know, I was subconsciously aware that something was deeply wrong when I was a child, and it affected me so badly. Like, it was kind of crazy. You know, I remember, like, by the time I reached high school, I just felt completely unlovable. Like, just, yeah, it was horrible. And that had all sorts of horrible consequences, like, you know, don't know if we need to get into it, but you can imagine what that does to you. But I didn't understand, like, because nobody's educating you on this stuff. Like, you know, you've grown up with like a dysfunctional, mentally ill and abusive parent. My mum died, and then I had my father became abusive because of his like issues, and I just you think it's normal. Nobody's like teaching you, like, you know, about this stuff. And because it's your everyday life, you think that's like how everybody's living, and you just don't understand it. And then eventually, like, you become an adult and you learn about mental illness and like narcissism or sociopathy or whatever, and abuse and stuff, and you're like, oh fuck, like, okay, that explains a lot, right? And then you've got to like and then you've got to spend the rest of your life trying to undo all the damage done, and like you've just got to break that cycle, you know. That's the crazy thing, is like it's so difficult to break the cycle. Is it though? I don't know. It's not like there's a choice. I mean, if you're like a mentally healthy, sort of conscious person with a reasonable level of self-awareness, you don't really have a choice, do you? It's just like, we've got this, you know, this has to stop. This ends with me, right? You're not going to carry it on, perpetuate it. So you don't really have a choice. But it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. And the really crazy part is like having to come to terms with the fact that this is like a brain injury type thing. It's like the brain of a sociopath is irreversibly damaged, and there's no cure, and they're not getting better. And it's not like, oh, they'll turn themselves around one day and we'll be here and there'll be reconciliation and healing. And it's just like, no, they're gone, they're done, it's over. There's no coming back from that. And all you can really do is be like grateful that it didn't happen to you. But it's tragic, and it's really sad when somebody's like gone like that, you know. But also, when you understand that as well, it removes like the moral component from it. It's not like, oh, they have a choice to do better. It's not like they can do better. It's like their brain literally doesn't work. Like, they're not actually capable of empathy or remorse. It's not like they have a choice. They don't have a choice, you know. So it removes it's like all you can do is remove them from your life, get as far away from them as possible, you know, for your own safety, basically. And that's it. There's no like judgment on them. It's not like they're making some kind of moral failing or something. They're literally incapable of anything different because their brain doesn't work. Like, that's why it's so confusing, right? Because if you or I wouldn't, I don't know who I'm talking to out there, but I would assume you or I, we have functional brains, right, that prevent us from harming others, and if we did, we would feel remorseful, etc. Some people just don't have that, right? They don't have the hardware that prevents them from harming others, and that makes them, and that allows them to feel remorse. They just don't have it, so of course they behave that way. Their brain doesn't work, right? So it's not like they have a choice. I don't know. That was an interesting thing for me to learn. But in our sort of naivety, we think everybody is the same, right? You kind of that's been a really hard thing for me to realize, is that we're not the same. Like, I used to think everybody's the same and everybody's brain works the same as mine, and that's not the case at all. So you're kind of judging them as if they're like, you're over here playing with a full deck, they've got like half the cards are missing, and you're like, do better. It's like they physically can't. It's physically impossible. So all you can do is just like walk away. That's the toughest thing. If it's somebody that you love, that's the hardest thing, is like giving up on them, essentially. Because we go into what's called magical thinking. As a child, you go into a delusional state of hope that things will get better, because the reality would be too crushing otherwise. So you have to go into a delusional state of like, well, things will get better one day. They'll come around, You have to tell yourself that, otherwise you would just, you would just take your own life or something. You're a child, you're dependent on this individual, and the reality that they're fucking insane is unmanageable. That is, you're not going to be able to handle that, accepting that. So you just have to like come up with some imaginary magical scenario in which, they're going to get better one day, they're going to heal, it's all going to be all right. And it's only really as an adult that you can actually begin to like educate yourself and accept reality for what it is. What are we doing? What are we doing now? We have to update the rest of the tile checks and stuff in the other waypoint spawners. Are they universal? That's the thing I'm wondering about. No, they're not. But we could make something fairly universal where you like pass in a sort of like a radius. We could do something like that. We have like a global one, but even that's going to go. I think we're removing that, right? It's kind of the idea. Because we don't want to do any like global waypoint spawning where we're spawning waypoints like anywhere in the map, because that potentially leads to very long paths. We basically always want some sort of a limit on the distance to the waypoint. Yeah, this is kind of feeling like a tomorrow thing, though. It's getting pretty late. I don't want to be doing this until midnight. Well, we've made some good progress. Unfortunately, I did waste 4 hours this morning doing a bunch of stuff that I just reverted in the end. But that's fine. Sometimes that's what it takes. We've made some we made some good changes after that, and we fixed some bugs and stuff. Yeah, so what was the first thing I did? It was like, yeah, fixed. So we like fixed trackers, whatever. We fixed the trackers. We updated Angular waypoint spawning, and we began updating regular waypoint spawning. And so, yeah, probably what we want to do tomorrow is make like a regular waypoint spawning script, one that isn't based on an angle, where we're like fleeing from something in the opposite direction, where we basically we're going to need a target and a radius, something like that. We would pass in like the ID, we pass in the target, which might be a group waypoint or yourself, or something like that. And then we pass in the radius, just like a number like 10 or something. And then we can multiply it inside of the script so that we don't have to bother with that every time. And then, you know, it's like, take for example the hunters, when they're hunting in a party, there's a group waypoint that gets spawned somewhere. That's going to need updating so that that waypoint doesn't get spawned anywhere on the map, but gets spawned somewhere kind of relatively close to the center of the hunting party, which we can calculate by averaging out the position of all of the members of the hunting party. I have code that does that somewhere else, because I do the same thing with the deer herds, where the herd manager, which is like an invisible object, is always at the center of the herd, like the averaged position of all of the members of the herd. We can reuse that code for that, and then yeah, you pass in group waypoint, you pass in a radius of 10 or something, and then the waypoint spawning script spawns a waypoint somewhere within 10 cells of the target object, which could be yourself or, like I say, a waypoint, some other object. And that way we have some universal waypoint function. We have two of them, one for angled waypoints and one for regular waypoints, and then we completely do away with global waypoint spawning, or whatever you want to call it, where you spawn a waypoint anywhere within the map, because we always want to try and limit those distances, because the biggest performance killer is pathfinding, and that's particularly bad when you're trying to find a path from one side of the map to the other. And it is possible that by disabling some of the cells scripts, I don't know what else to call them really, we could potentially improve pathfinding as well. Although according to the profiler, that's not particularly bad. Actually generating the paths themselves is the bad part, I believe. I'm just not sure if that's even necessary anymore. I don't know. I haven't read the GameMaker patch notes at any point or anything, but maybe they improved their pathfinding at some point. Because the only reason that we do all the stuff with the extra cells is so that we have backups. But I don't think I ever really see them using them. I mean, we could easily write in a little debug message to check if we are using backups. Because what we do right now is say I'm going to path to the obelisk, and I'm on the lower right side of it. I take the lower right corner cell, and then I go in a counterclockwise direction and add all of the available adjacent cells to an array. And then I try pathing to the first one. If that fails, I move to the second one, and so on and so forth. And if we just didn't need to add all of those cells to an array and then clear that array and stuff, that would be a lot less work. So that might potentially increase performance as well. But probably not by much, to be honest with you. Oh, maybe. Maybe. It's worth looking into, I would say. It's worth looking into. I forget if it was the pathing script or the path script that was the worst one in the profiler, or if it was actually the path, the MP grid path, whatever function that actually generates the path. I think it might have been that. And that might be the worst bit. Which would mean that none of the other stuff is really important. That would just mean the important thing is shortening the length of the paths as much as possible, which is what we're going to do through this Waypoint spawn update thing that we're doing. Anyway, we're making progress. It's maybe not the most rapid progress, but we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna do all of this stuff and see how well it performs by the end. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get it as good as I want. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it to perform flawlessly. Whilst also encoding the stream on my CPU. But Press OK raised a good point that most streamers are probably going to be encoding on their GPU, so it won't be an issue. And then on top of that, the vast majority of players won't even be streaming it at all. They'll just be playing it. So they won't have any performance issues probably, unless they're playing it on a toaster, which, you know, I would like to optimize it as well as possible for people with lower spec PCs, but there's only so much I can do. There's only so much I can do. But, good God. Yes, I feel the imperative, the drive, the motivation, and the desire to finish the game. For sure, I'm definitely feeling that. But I've got to make sure that that doesn't turn into like rushing and panicking and overworking. I've just got to use that motivation to show up every day, or show up when I'm supposed to, and just keep working on it, right? Hence why I'm not going to stay up till midnight tonight, tearing my hair out, trying to get these sweet frames. So yeah, I'll be back to do a bit more tomorrow. We can keep chipping away at it. But it will be nice, and hey Nemo. Yeah. Use that motivation wisely. Use it to keep working on the game in a healthy way, not crunching, not running myself into the ground, not having a fucking panic attack, you know, none of those things. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid. And I'd say it is quite positive that I'm pretty excited for the next game as well, even though that's very, very far off in the future. I've got to finish this one first. But that's kind of cool. That's a good sign. That's a sign that I'm not like burning out on game dev, and that I actually love what I'm doing, which is excellent. Looks like Brewer is live, so we will yeah, because I didn't I didn't know for a while what the next game was going to be. If there even was going to be is going to be a next game. Who knows? Who knows where I'll actually be at like 3 years from now when I finish this one, maybe there won't be a next game. I don't know, but at least right now I'm starting to get ideas that I'm excited about, that I would like to pursue in a next one. So that would be that's cool. That's cool. It just shows that I'm not like burning out, I guess. I was listening to an interview with Billy Basso again today. I've been listening to like all of the Billy Basso interviews on YouTube, and this one in particular was from like a month after Animal Well was released, and he was already working on the next game. And he was just like, you know what, I tried to like sit down and play some Elden Ring or something, and I realized I'd just rather be coding because I just love it. And I'm glad that, you know, I'm feeling kind of the same sort of thing, where I'm not like sick of it, and I am genuinely just doing it because I love it and because there's pretty much nothing I would rather be doing. That's what you want. I still haven't played it. I probably will. It's just hard to find time. For sure. Yeah, I'm a big fan, and even though I'm not like a big 2D platformer guy or Metroidvania guy, I think I probably will play Animal Well at some point. I'll probably do all kinds of gaming when I finish this game, or if I take a break from it at some point. But generally I only take breaks in the summer to go outside, because that's very, very helpful for my sanity level. But yeah, thanks for joining me. I'll probably be doing more tomorrow. I'd say there's a high likelihood, pretty strong chance that I will be doing more tomorrow. Right now, I'm gonna send you on over to Brewer, see what he's up to, and yeah, catch you in the next one. Peace out.